Hello, good morning. I'm totally on top of things. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Oh yes, the Twitch link is broken. Let me fix that. Thank y'all for the subs. I definitely forgot to update my sub alert, so y'all didn't get to see it. I had it updated, I just didn't turn it on. Um, But yes, thank you for the hype train. Thank you for all the subs. Oh my gosh, it's been 5 months. How? That's yikes. So good morning to everyone that's here. I appreciate you. I appreciate sorry. Again, I just updated all of my all of my alerts. And I did it at like 1 in the morning last night. So we will adjust those. Sorry. Oh gosh. All right. That should be at a much more reasonable level now. I'm so sorry. That's a bit OP. Yeah, it is. It's definitely not supposed to. There we go. Yeah, May is ready to party. Yeah, you betcha. You just turn all of the new alerts that I put in down. Good glory. Hype chest. Thank y'all. I appreciate you for the hype train. I'm just quickly making sure that my alerts aren't all set at like 300%. 1 second. Okay. Well, I'm glad we're all awake now. Um, so good morning to everybody. Happy Tuesday. Happy first politics stream of 2026. And yeah, hello to you all and good morning. Oh, yes. Happy New Year to Ralph Farnham Space Pirate. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year, Uglilux and Ash and Sniper Panda and Nick and Moose and Kaylee's here this morning. Paying for Dune, Canadian Goose. Morgan, a troll is here. Good morning. Who else? H is here. Good morning, friend. And Elemental, I'm so sorry. Politics has been so normal. That's why I've been gone, not at all because I got deathly ill again. Y'all, I think one of the worst things in the world is tooth pain. Um, I've had the flu and the cold and the whatever plague over the last couple of months, but this toothache is absolutely killing me. Um, so far, the antibiotics are working. I woke up this morning not feeling like my jaw was being drilled into, so that's a plus. Um, but yeah, it's it's been quite the start to the new year. Yeah. Also, good morning on YouTube to Rascal Atlantic and Sean of the Yukon. The one thing that I definitely need to fix is chat on screen is so small. I was trying to fiddle with it last night, and I can't. Yeah, it's just so tiny. don't know why, but we'll fix it. This morning is a little bit of a test stream, but yeah. I hope all of you had a decent holiday or not holiday, whatever you were doing the last couple weeks. I made it through it all. Our last, hey Neuropunk, our last sort of family Christmas stuff was this past weekend. So, literally right up to the wire. Kiddo went to school Monday, and we had been at my mom's the night before, so right up to the wire, and just holding on for dear life. But yeah, I hope you guys are all doing okay. How was your Christmas? New Year's? Have any exciting stories? Or are we all just kind of surviving back in normal people mode? Dun, dun, dun. Trying to get out of holiday mode? You're still eating holiday stuff? Yeah, me too. Me too. Struggling to get back to normal, yeah. It's a struggle. You gotta get over that hump of like, oh yeah, that's right. I have to like participate. Let me tell you, we took kiddo to school yesterday, and I got up this morning. I had to set like 4 alarms because legit, when my alarm went off at 7:15, I was like, it's 2 a.m. There's no way in hell that it's 7:30. It's so dark out. And I legitimately had to look at my phone like 4 times before I was like, brain, it's 7:30. You need to get out of bed. Yes, Ash, I am currently eating a bowl of just yogurt and fruit because my system needs it so badly. It's very mixed, kind of ranted about it in the Discord. Yeah, mine was also mixed. I talked about it a little bit on the New Year's Eve stream, but it's the first sort of blended family-ish type situation. So that's awesome, Morgan. I have not hit that yet. Yeah, so just learning a whole nother family's Christmas traditions. New Year's Eve was super chill. I just hung out with y'all, so thank you for the couple of you that were still here. Yeah, I don't know. It was okay. And now it's January, and we need to start slogging through all the things that means. Saturday is the next NDP debate. Oh yeah, same Neuropunk. And I am hoping to stream it, however. Aw, thanks, Navy and Goose. Gotta awaken the spouse. Okay. Cool. I am just looking. Christmas Day graveyard shift. Yeah, that would knock me on my butt for a few days too. Yeah. I wasn't live Christmas Eve, but I was New Year's Eve. I'm just looking for the info for the debate. There it is. I'm also not 100% sure if this debate is going to be live streamed or if it's only going to be in person. But I'm going to keep gathering some information. And hopefully I'm able to stream it if it is live streamed. Otherwise, we will cover it on Monday next week. But yeah, there's been some, not gonna lie, I'm really sad about it. Hey, Mechatronic Jazz. Happy New Year. Happy to see you as well. Yeah, Sniper Panda, that definitely doesn't help. One of the things that has happened the last couple days that makes me very sad, because this was supposed to be the one shining bright thing in politics. Oh, interesting. Is that unfortunately Rob Ashton put. Thank you, Schwillis, for the gifted sub. I appreciate you, friend. I need to move that alert so y'all can actually see it. Thank you, Schwillis. Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well, friend. All right, next time it should show up better. Rob Ashton put out a attack ad on Alve Lewis, which is incredibly disappointing, especially in a race that so far has been so community-minded. So we're going to take a look at that this morning. And yeah, exactly. Why is 100% the response that I had as well. Because it's just, it's so disappointing. I'm even going to let y'all hear it. There we go. All right, here we go. Our first NDP update for 2026.
This leadership race really matters. And we need to be honest about what's at stake. If we want to actually change this country, not just talk about it, the federal NDP has to build on what's already working. Just look across the country. NDP premiers and leaders are delivering real results. David Eby is getting things done in BC. Wab Kinew is building something lasting in Manitoba. And leaders like Carla, Claudia, Nahed, and Marit are ready to do the same. They don't need a federal leader who lectures them or second guesses them from Ottawa. They need an ally, someone who can win where the NDP hasn't won in a long time. And that's why Abby takes us in the wrong direction.
Right there. He could have just made this about, you know, what his beliefs are as far as what the federal party's responsibility is to the provincial party. But instead he made it an attack ad, which is so incredibly disappointing. And yeah, I'm not a fan of him praising Eby also as an Albertan. And she hasn't really done anything. There's so many members of the NDP party in Alberta that have done some incredible things. But then she hasn't done anything, really. And so to cite that as like this big success story is super disappointing.
His kind of politics turns New Democrats against each other and undermines the wins NDP governments are delivering. That doesn't make us stronger. It leaves us divided and weaker. And when we're divided, let's be clear about who wins. Conservatives like Doug Ford, Scott Moe, and Danielle Smith. We need to get back to what built this party in the first place. Working class Canadians. And that's what my leadership is about. Standing with people who get up early, work long hours, juggle jobs, care for their families, and still struggle to get by. In every community. When we put power in the hands of the people who created this country's wealth, we deliver change. Workers built this country. Workers built this party. And now it's time we run it.
Morning, Guernsey. If Rob was honest and said, hey, we need a big tent party, and Avi is alienated voters, I'd respect it, but he was super vague. Yeah. So essentially, And again, I looked at a couple of different places and trying to see what prompted this. Morning, Anu. Um, or what this was even in response to, and I genuinely couldn't find anything all that dramatic as far as what would have prompted this attack on Ave Lewis. I'm against divisive policies. Yeah, exactly. I'm against divisive policies. Here's my attack ad. 100%. What, like, why? And yeah, again, it's just disappointing from, like, Rob was supporting Tennille and Tony, and even Avi was at one point, and it seemed like this, you know, we all have slightly different ideas on how we're going to bring the NDP out of this lost party status place, and now we're switching it into divisive politics. Like, that just, it's so disappointing. And from what I can tell, there's not really a reason for it. And it kind of came out of nowhere, you know? He essentially wants to say that the federal NDP party should not have any say in what happens in the provincial NDP parties. Which I think personally is a bit of a nuanced thing. But yeah, Neuropunk. Rob was definitely in my number like 2 spot for sure. And now this, I'm like, you know, either he needs to come up with a really good reason why he did it. Although, to be completely honest, I don't know. It just came out of nowhere for me. And when I was looking through Sunday night to try to sort of catch up on all the stuff that I've been behind, yeah, I couldn't find anything, really. As far as I know, there's been no response from Ave Lewis, and it's just kind of out there, and he's letting it sit out there. So yeah, that is sort of the update on no response is probably the play. Yeah. Do the feds actually do anything on the provincial level? Certainly not through the NDP party. And there's some people that you know, for people like Nenshi, who after the pipeline thing got put through, his only response was, "Hey, yay, Alberta gets a pipeline." Not a great response, but holding them accountable at the federal level, I don't know. Yeah, it shouldn't need to be. Either don't snipe or criticize in a way that's honest. 100%. And if you're against the idea that the federal NDP should step in and Ave is for it, you don't have to name Ave. You can just explain why you're against it, right? Which he didn't do. He just used it to attack him, which makes no sense. Super disappointing. I really hope that we see either a retraction or some sort of, yeah, literally any other way that could have gone. Just pulling up. Ave Lewis doesn't really have anything. Yeah. Oh, hey, Ave is going to be in Alberta soon. I know, Neuropunk. I'm the same. And some people said, like, oh, he sees that Ave Lewis is a front runner and he's trying to take him down a peg. Why? It's ranked voting. attack ads make absolutely no sense in general, but even less so in ranked voting, right? Like, yeah, this is what I was looking for. The attack was brushed off by high-profile supporters of Lewis as a sign of the left-wing climate advocate is the frontrunner. 100% neuropunk. Federal NDP leadership hopeful Rob Ashton is slamming his opponent Alve Lewis as divisive and accusing him of undermining provincial New Democrat governments. The attack, an echo of previous NDP quarrels over oil and gas development, comes weeks before a crucial membership sign-up deadline. Which reminds me, if you have not yet signed up for the NDP, you have 22 days to do so, or you will not be able to vote in the leadership race. In a video posted to social media, Ashton said the federal NDP needs to build on what's already working, pointing to EB and Wab Canoe. Which again, EB is not a great example of good things. Ashton's comments marked a similar tone to that of fellow contender Heather McPherson, who has also positioned herself in contrast to Lewis, though she has only indirectly criticized him in public. Lewis is not publicly opposed. Yeah, he is very much so. Since entering the leadership race, Lewis has called out the EB government for embracing natural gas, specifically with its support for the contentious KSI Lissom LNG. Lots of people don't like him. And Lewis has called out the EB government for being supportive of that. I'm a British Columbian NDPer, and I'm very grateful for our NDP government. And we're allowed to disagree within the NDP family. When it comes to LNG, so many of us are heartbroken. We are utterly mystified, and we're frankly enraged at the fact that our NDP government is going full bore on this fossil fuel. Yeah, H, exactly. Lewis and Ashton supporting Tony and Tennille is part of what made this collaboration thing feel real, right? It sucks that Ashton is the one to start beefs. Lewis has campaign declined to comment Monday. I did see his campaign manager encouraging the volunteers not to comment on it, just to sort of keep going and obviously not attack back. Often feels like the BC NDP is working on the basis of being better. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what Jagmeet Singh tried to run on in the last election, and that's why he completely failed. Sven Robinson, who has endorsed Lewis, told the Star he was stunned and hugely disappointed by Ashton's public attack. This tells me he's concerned about his numbers. Libby Davies called it a cheap shot. We absolutely support what our provincial governments do, that are NDP, when they do good, strong things. Sometimes we're critical of what they do. But former NDP Alberta Environment Minister Shannon Phillips, who has endorsed McPherson, said that while she believes Lewis has proposed some good ideas, his stances on resource development could have electoral consequences, especially in the two-way provincial battles between the NDP and the Conservatives. It's easy to meet a head nod in downtown Vancouver and downtown Toronto. That is one of the things that Alve Lewis has been criticized about in the last couple of weeks, is that he doesn't really appeal to the rural voter. That he is very popular sort of in the downtown cores, but not so much in the rural areas. And that is something that Rob Ashton really was strong in, as well as Tennille and Tony, obviously. There's a certain element of, like, are we being helpful? Are we not being helpful? But it's also a question of having the political maturity to pick your battles and understand who the real opponent is. Yeah, exactly. To city. Yeah, just like, hi, Mari. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Oh, good glory. Pausing. Yeah. So that is our bit of unfortunate update on the NDP. Of course, we'll keep an eye on what sort of things come out us on the Ave Lewis side. Our next major Canadian news story is, of course, Chrystia Freeland has or is going to resign as a minister and is going to be joining Ukraine government. Let me just switch over here. I live in a rural riding and I can't see a lot of blue collars not voting for Lewis. Yeah. Yep. 100%. And he, like, I don't know, some people have called him a Nepo baby. I don't know him well enough. I mean, he does have the background in the family. What's the word? The NDP family inheritance, I guess. But does that make him a Nepo baby? I don't know. But he definitely does appeal more to the urban voter from what I've seen so far. Let's take this off. And we're going to have a quick chat about Chrystia Freeland and her new appointment.
Is set to step down as a member of Parliament. The former Deputy Prime Minister announcing moments ago she'll resign her seat in Parliament in the, quote, coming weeks after becoming an economic advisor to Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and facing backlash from the opposition about why she didn't announce she was stepping down soon.
Also, can I just say, this is the second time that Chrystia Freeland stepping down from position has been a big news deal.
We do, of course, have a lot to get to with the situation in Venezuela, but I will start tonight with that breaking news on the home front this hour. Chrystia Freeland has just announced she will resign her seat in the House of Commons in the, quote, coming weeks. She wrote in a social media post posted not long ago, Ukraine is at the forefront of today's global fight for democracy, and I welcome this chance to contribute on an unpaid basis as an economic advisor to President Zelensky.
Yeah. So many of you will remember she was the minister. Oh, my word. My brain and words aren't working. Philippe. What is it called? Why am I completely blanking? She was in charge of the budget last year, whatever that the name of that is. Thank you, Ministry of Finance. Thank you, Elemental. For Justin Trudeau. And she did step down at the end of last year, right before presenting the budget, which then Trudeau stepped down and that triggered the election of last year. Donald Trump hates her. He really does. Because Carney made politics boring instead of scandalous. There isn't enough news to report on. Yeah, that could be, KB. Although his response to Venezuela has not been great.
In accepting this voluntary position, I will be stepping aside from my role as the Prime Minister's special representative for the reconstruction of Ukraine. In the coming weeks, Freeland goes on to write, I will also leave my seat in Parliament. I want to thank my constituents for their years of confidence in me. I'm so grateful to have been your representative. Now, the statement comes after Vladimir Zelensky announced the appointment. There it is, early today on social media. Not long after he made that announcement, the opposition Conservatives called out Freeland for remaining as an MP. A source close to the former minister said she accepted the, quote, unpaid and not full-time position with Ukraine on December 22nd, informed the prime minister on Christmas Eve. When I asked again, why not resign as an MP right now, since she's going to be advising a foreign government in an official capacity, might not be paid, might not be full time, but it is an official capacity, I was told it would likely be before the end of January that Freeland does end up resigning her seat as an MP. And she has resigned as the special advisor to the Prime Minister, which you'll remember was a position she was appointed to all the way back in September when she resigned from cabinet. She said at that time she would resign her seat as an MP. This is the first anywhere near specific sort of timeline that we're getting on that front.
So yeah, it's kudos to her. As far as taking on a new position. Chrystia Freeland is Ukrainian, or has a Ukrainian background. And she was a part of lots of the meetings that Trudeau had with Ukraine. She has Ukrainian ancestry. Does she have a safe seat, or is this going to be a by-election to watch closely? I feel like it's a pretty safe seat. I'm not sure. I think she has an Ontario. University Rosedale. I'm not sure where that is. Oh, Toronto. Yeah, it would. It would take an act of God for that seat not to go LPC. Absolutely. Step 1, set up vice president to win via cheat. Step 2, make V the enemy. Step 3, take over V. Step 4, profit off exploited resources from forced prison labor. Yep. Use V as a solid military position to squeeze locations. Yep. Yeah, Elemental, we'll get to a little bit of the Venezuela stuff in a minute, but yeah. Speaking of which, this is from this morning, where Carney is responding to sort of some of the big things that are going on in government here. So we'll watch this, and then the former supervisor has heard. That's terrifying, Elemental. I'm sorry. We'll listen to this, and then we can switch over to some.
Bonjour tout le monde, merci d'être venu.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here. This is a very important day. For the first time in almost 4 years, since the war in Ukraine started, we are seeing the opportunity to have just and sustainable peace. And this afternoon's meeting with President Zelensky and leaders of the Coalition of the Willing, including Canada, obviously. The goal of this meeting is to finalize security guarantees, to have peace in Ukraine, and to have a discussion in order to advance a plan for prosperity.
I'm going to switch this over to the CPAC video because CBC really likes to claim my videos on YouTube. So I'm just going to switch this. I wasn't sure if this was on CPAC. Watch them not have a translation here.
Pour l'Ukraine. Et c'est dans l'intérêt du Canada de mettre le fin de cette guerre. C'est consistant avec nos valeurs.
Yes, not.
La démocratie, les droits humains, la souveraineté des États. Et au fond, c'est dans
we'll just have to hope the CBC doesn't take down
another one. Bonjour tout le monde, merci d'être venu.
Hello everyone.
Do we have the military bench strength to Russia? Le point final en français. Selon,
the final point in French. According to President Zelensky, we are 90% there to reach a peace agreement. And this is what is being expected. And the final points need to be negotiated between Ukraine, Russia, and the United States after this meeting. If we succeed during the meeting, and that is the goal, and I am quite confident that we will succeed today.
So that's just to start, and happy to take some questions.
Prime Minister Michael Couture, CTV News, thanks for taking our questions. In terms of security guarantees that Canada can offer, do we have the military bench strength to supply troops?
Yeah, I'll just give a high-level outline and answer your question. And I say high-level in part because what we're doing, and I want to salute Jenny Carrigan, the chief of our Defence Force, our national security advisors, others who've been working intensively over the last few weeks, but over the course of the last months with their partners in developing the operational elements of this. So I'm going to speak in a high level.
No, Willis, she's not. Oh, my soul. Can you send me whatever links you have for that? Oh, my word.
Recognizing there's a lot more underneath about what I'm about to say. The first line of defense, obviously, is the Ukrainian armed forces, and one of the elements of the 20-point plan, peace plan, is going to be the size of...
Oh, my word. The wife of Montreal activist and former federal NDP leadership hopeful, Eve Zangler, barred, that she's put her name forward for the job. Oh, my word. She does seem pretty accomplished, but like, it's undemocratic for the NDP to block her husband from running and says she will step aside if he's allowed to run. She says her campaign offers a real break with militarism and capitalism and fights for an economy where everyone's basic needs are met. Can she put her name forward? Yeah, I don't know anything about her at all. But yeah, you're right. The optics of this are amazing. Mark Carney has radically militarized Canadian society and handed the bill to working people. Yeah, I thought so, Canadian Goose. Meanwhile, it has been painful to watch him defer to the fascist US president on border policy and the taxation of tech. Over the past 6 months, I've co-managed an NDP leadership campaign under the banner Socialism, Activism, Justice, distributed leaflets backing striking workers and challenging overconsumption. In July, 45 activists and researchers came together. Yeah, this one we've talked about before. Yeah, again, an unelected 3-person vetting committee blocked the candidate. Let me be clear, Eve should be allowed to run. If the party reverses this undemocratic decision, I will step aside. My question is she doing this because she wants to run, or is she doing this so that Eves can get a spot? I bring over 2 decades of experience. I co-founded and directed Canadian Force and Foreign Policy Institute, LEAP, and played a central role in coordinating the launch of the LEAP Manifesto in 2015. The decision to exclude my husband was undemocratic, but this campaign was never about one person. The greater harm is shutting these ideas out of the leadership race altogether. Doing so will leave Canada's support for Israel's lawlessness and genocide on the periphery of the race. Okay. Yeah, so in other words, like, she can't. Right? Ack. Okay, so she writes for the Tyee. Interesting. Yeah. Sounds like she submitted them before the deadline. Could be. Ah, yes. She submitted vetting materials last week ahead of the NDP leadership vote. She did submit them. Whether or not they're approved is another question, of course. Pressure the NDP to let Eves run despite him being rejected. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. Let's look here. I am sure Eves Angler has things to say about this. A longtime activist has formally submitted paperwork. Online presser today at noon. Noon what though? Oh, okay. That happened already. Will be campaigning to slash military spending. Oop. She'll be representing a campaign and platform that already has thousands of supporters. Born in Uganda, Udienyi. It's in 7 minutes. Yeah. She's a former director. That already. You allow the NDP to include Mark Carney. Okay. Oh. Carney is an imperialist pig. Okay. So that is in. So when you click on the platform that he says is underneath his wife, it just brings you to the Eves Angler campaign, which seems odd. Okay. Yeah. This is the same. Oh yeah. Anyone who doubts this need only watch the Montreal debate where none of these issues were meaningfully addressed. Interesting. No, they're not even trying to hide it. And she literally says in here that she's going to step down if Eves is actually allowed to run. Eves Angler for NDP leader supporters made the news. Oh boy. Okay, well. Yeah, and I mean, we've talked a million times about the strategies that Eves Angler has. See if I can get into this. Our webinar. Oh, it's a Zoom link. Okay. Okay. I don't have Zoom on my. Two seconds. All right, while I try to get this to open up, I will put this.
the Ukrainian armed forces, which is considerable as it's negotiated now, so the size would be very large. Secondly, there is monitoring and other support, logistics support that would be provided, training support to make sure that the Ukrainian armed forces over the medium term and longer term can defend themselves.
Thanks for scrubbing.
Then the
Welcome in.
backstops
Welcome. Enjoy your
become
gift
the
card.
coalition, the willing forces, so-called multilateral force, of which Canada would be a member under this framework, and very importantly, the United States is playing a backstop role. Do we have so to get to your specific question, do we have the bench strength, to use your term? Well, we've been building that bench, and we're going to continue to build that bench. The largest military buildup in generations, coming over the course of the next 5 years, an additional $80 billion of investment, in part because of issues like this, very importantly because of issues in our perimeter. I'll point specifically to the Canadian Arctic as an example there. So yes, we do. There would need to be a redeployment. But the last point I'll make, and just to put in context,
Yeah, Schwillis is kind of in everyone's lives.
which, of course, we're stronger together. So we're as part of a coalition, as part of a multilateral force, coming behind and coming with the Americans. That means that our contribution has a much bigger effect than obviously we would if we were on our own.
You mentioned in your opening that today is to finalize those security guarantees. If that doesn't happen today, is today's meeting a failure?
Well, we don't expect to fail. A lot of great work has been done that's brought to the point. It needs to be interrogated, if you will, by leaders, which is what's going to happen this afternoon. And I think the way I look at this in terms of the intention and the goodwill and the seriousness with which the countries, Canada included, are approaching this is if we don't finalize, and I think we will finalize, but if we were not to finalize today, it's because we've identified issues where they could be improved or adjusted, and then we would come back and work on this. This is not a make or break, but maybe I'll just reemphasize one point. There is a lot of momentum in this process, and that's why it's important. It's important that Canada's here. That's why I'm here, is because there's momentum, because that progress has been made, and important to, as I say, to finalize this key component of a broader peace agreement.
Bonjour, Monsieur Carney, Christian Noël.
Hello,
de
Mr.
Radio-Canada.
Carney, Christian Noël, Radio-Canada. More concretely, what can we offer Ukraine? Can we offer Canadian troops in Ukraine? You've never excluded that completely. Would it be especially training and equipment? And if we cannot agree today on security guarantees, what will be the consequences? Well, let's start. Let's start with the Canadian offer. These are all possibilities at this point in time. So we start with training, yes. Right now, Canada provides training for Ukrainian troops in Poland. We've been offering training in Poland for Ukrainian troops during the war. And I can provide you the specific numbers after the press conference. I can check.
Morning, Plain Power. How are you, friend?
We're talking about tens of thousands of soldiers. I think it's around 45,000. Right? Yes, we have to do more because the size of the Ukrainian troops will increase.
Switch your cameras on, panelists.
Because of this peace agreement. That is the first point. And secondly,
It's great to see you. It's great to have supporters
we can
here.
provide logistical support.
So we're just going to take a few minutes to get settled in the room. We're joined today by activists, Tamara Lawrence, Jasmine Pierdon, Mike Pelisek, Jeffrey Kaiti. Maria Victor is also going to be joining us to talk about my submission for leadership of the NDP. My name is Bianca Mugeni.
One in the chat if you want to watch
and,
this.
we'll be
Two in
talking
the
about
chat
all of
if you'd
this,
rather go back to something
over
else.
the course of the next
This
hour.
is
I'm going to try and keep the discussion to about an
leadership
hour.
announcement
I've got a little
by
bit of
Yves
housekeeping
Engler's wife.
before we get started. Again, it's
This is a Zoom
it's
meeting
so
that
great to
she
see so
is
many people
currently
joining
conducting.
us. It's really wonderful. So
Yeah.
this is a press conference
You guys want to
announcing
keep
my
watching this? We
intention
can.
to run
Otherwise,
for
we can
leader
go
of
back
the
to
New Democratic Party,
Charlie
alongside labor
and
leaders, peace activists, community
everything that's
organizers.
happening
It's
there.
so good. This is exactly the kind of people I want to be joined by, and very representative of the kind of work that we're planning. So I'm going to begin with a short opening statement, and then our panelists are going to speak briefly. And then I'll kind of close it up, and we'll open it to questions from any journalists that might be here. If you are on the call and you're a journalist, please make yourself known. We do have some of our organizers in the background, Zachariah Alistair. You can communicate with him, or Lucy Mayer. We also have a translator on board, Lucy Mayer, if there's anyone that wants translation as well. For people at home, you can submit any questions that you have for us, and if we have some time, we'll try and get to them. There's a Q&A box, so you can do that there. And I think with that we can get started. I don't see Maria here yet. Let me just have a quick check to see if she's joined us. Oh yeah, no, Maria is here. Welcome, Maria.
No, I'm here. Hello.
Great, welcome. Okay, so let's begin. So in terms of some clarity around why this press conference is happening, I've submitted my application to run for leader of the New Democratic Party. And this is a decision that I didn't arrive at lightly. I'm here because ideas that matter, ideas about peace, ideas about justice, about democracy, about dignity, were at risk of being shut out of this leadership race. And I think that in a functioning democratic party, it's members that should be able to decide who runs and who leads. And instead, we've seen an unelected, secret 3-person vetting committee block a candidate advancing these ideas. This has happened without transparency, it's happened without accountability, and without a vote of the membership. And we believe that's wrong. I believe that's wrong. I believe members deserve much, much better. So that's why I'm here.
I haven't been on
I'm
Zoom
here to
since
ensure
2020.
these ideas, the ideas put forward by the many people who are in our audience today, remain in the race. And I'm here to insist that democracy inside our party actually means something, that it means something. You know, avant de parler de politique, j'aimerais partager un peu d'où je viens, parce que c'est la façon que je crois sur le pouvoir, le courage et la solidarité. Et moi, Bianca, je suis née en Uganda. I was born in Uganda. My father was a university lecturer, political science, active during politics, during a time when speaking out loud could cost you your life. And when I was still a baby, soldiers came to the university in Kampala, Makerere University, looking for him. And in those days, you know, you disappeared, and that was it. And they surrounded the building where they believed that he was staying. A friend, a relative, actually passed him in the hallway and quietly said, "They've come for you." And he escaped just by a hair. You know, they closed the gates shortly after. He fled across the border into Kenya, no passport, had to pretend he was a border person. And that was someone who lived on the border, rather. And that was the beginning of my life in exile. We lived in Kenya, then Swaziland, and eventually immigrated to Canada when I was 5 years old. And I grew up in Halifax, then Vancouver. And I've had the experiences that one might imagine, including racism early on in life and learning what it means to be marked as different, learning how deeply political everyday life is. And so when I was 10, I was lucky enough to be able to return to Uganda after the war ended, lived there until I came back to Canada for university at McGill. And I have lived here now for most of my adult life. But these early experiences taught me something really fundamental. They taught me that politics is never abstract, that it shapes who's safe, who's heard, who's forced to flee. And in Montreal, actually shortly after my father passed, I dedicated myself. I joined an anti-racist women of color collective to try and understand my experiences. At university, chaired the Canadian Federation of students Quebec and was deeply, deeply inspired by the Quebec student movement, a total force to be reckoned with. And then went on to co-found and direct the Canadian Foreign Policy Institute, helped found the LEAP. I think many of you know about the LEAP manifesto, which I helped coordinate the launch of. And I've been twice elected to the board of the Council of Canadians, where I presently sit. And through all of this, I've learned that change does not come from waiting patiently. It just doesn't, you know, it's not something, you can't go through the motions. It comes from people being organizing together, moving in the same direction, and insisting on dignity. And when that happens, you'd be surprised at how quickly things can change. And so that belief is why I'm here today. So thank you again for coming. Thanks to the people in the audience. Thanks to the activists who've joined me. I'm going to pause there. I'll speak again at the end. But I do want to pause and just mention that we're joined by labor leaders, peace activists, community organizers whose voices are essential to this moment and underscore the importance of a campaign like this one. So I'm going to invite each of our panelists to speak briefly, and then I'll return for a short political statement before we open questions. So I'm going to hand it over now to Mike Palasek, former head of the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, to speak, also the communications lead for the campaign that I've been a part of. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, and
A
good morning,
campaign that
everyone.
I've been a part of.
Still morning out here on the West Coast. I'm thrilled to be here today to kick off Bianca's campaign for leader of the NDP. And this is an opportunity for the party to redeem itself. You know, we've obviously have been very upset that our candidate was vetted out. They gave reasons that we disagree with. Well, we have another candidate who can also champion these ideas. Bianca is someone I've come to know very well over the last few months. I've been working closely with her.
I want to know where the fundraising money went. Is he just going to give it to her because they're from the same campaign?
An outstanding facilitator who's great at bringing people together and putting forward momentum. And not just that, she has a stellar resume. She mentioned off the top some of her history, an incredible legacy of activism over the last 2 decades
other separate conversation.
in this country. So I think Bianca is exactly the kind of person that can carry this forward. And it's an opportunity for the party to actually live up to its name, the New Democratic Party.
It is, Guernsey.
Are we going to allow these ideas in this race? Or are they going to throw at anybody who tries to champion a different path forward? Because I think it's fair to say that the path the NDP has been on was pretty decisively rejected in the last election. It's time to do things differently if we want different results.
I hope some of those questions are asked.
I think Bianca is an excellent
about
candidate
the fundraising
to carry this campaign forward.
Thank you, Mike. It's really been such an honor to work alongside you these last few months. Really, really, really wonderful experience. Next up, we'll be hearing from Maria Victor, member of the Canadian Venezuelan community. Welcome, Maria.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for this invitation. I am also really honored that you have asked me to speak today. There are several points I want to say. First of all, with respect to the NDP, a democracy and a party who says it's democratic surely must understand that the voters need alternatives, that you cannot simply wheel your way around politics, you know, in an instrumental way, unless you stand for some principles and some positions that provide alternatives to the voters. So I think that this is something that the NDP really has to sit down and talk about this. The other thing that I think the NDP has to talk about is socialism. Why on earth did you have to have I think it was $100,000 or something like that in order to be a candidate? This is ridiculous. It should have been the number of voters, or I should say supporters, that we are doing something so capitalistic that in order for you to run, you have to show us that you have money.
Yeah,
I
Neuropunk,
think
did they
that
give
is
their money
appalling.
specifically to the Engler
So
campaign or to the
really
NDP? Right?
supported Eve's, but I think that quite frankly, Bianca, I am delighted that you
Oh,
are
that's a
running
take.
because of
Were
your
you Maduro?
expertise. You have been someone out there really talking about foreign policy, and because of your character and because of your background. So I am really delighted that you are running. And I want to say something about foreign policy. First of all, you are one of the very few people in public life that talks about foreign policy. The politicians don't talk about it very much. And when they do, it's about, oh, the United States and trade this and trade the other, but never with a broad sense of the world, which I think you bring. And the other thing is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Canada, well, it's run like a fiefdom. Nobody knows what the hell they do. Nobody knows how they make their decisions. It's all done very secretly behind closed doors. Unlike other ministries that have some sort of community or citizen participation, the ministry in Canada is run, as I said, as a fiefdom, and that has got to stop. And it will stop if we talk and we challenge and we ask about foreign policy. The other thing which I think is very important is that Canada, Ottawa, in terms of its foreign policy, acts with complete oblivion to Latin America and the Caribbean. And the only time that that comes up, and you can see it in the articles every now and again they write, it's all about money, it's all about trade, it's all about, oh, we're going to sell this to Brazil or we're going to sell this to Mexico. But they have no understanding of the culture, of the political situations of Latin America. And frankly, I don't think they care. I think the position of Carney and this woman, Annan, on the outrage that is happening in Venezuela, of the outrage of these American goons have come in and kidnapped the standing president and his wife, of the outrage of military boats with missiles executing more than 100 people in the waters of the Caribbean and the Pacific. And Ottawa silent there, afraid of shamefully afraid of Trump. So I think that you are the person to bring forward a broad view of the world and Canada's role in it, and I would say a principled view and position for Canada in terms of foreign policy. And let me just end by saying Canada has usually had a role in the Security Council of the United Nations since its founding. Twice it was voted out, and twice it was voted out because people would say, why have Canada there? That's just giving the United States another vote. And so it's very nice to say elbows up, very nice to say that we're going to diversify from the United States in terms of economics, but unless we also diversify in terms of politics, particularly foreign policy, Canada also will be lost. Thank you very much, and I wish you all success, Bianca.
Thank you so much, Maria. 100% internationalism is the only way forward. We can't say it enough. We cannot get through these crises as individual countries, and we can't generate the goodwill that we need either to move through them without that spirit and without that fight in us. So thank you for everything that you bring to that fight and for the analysis, which is vital to this moment. Next up, we're going to be hearing from Geoffrey Kaiti, activist, an artist, and someone who long worked with as part of Haiti Action Montreal and other things. Welcome, Geoffrey Kaiti. It's so wonderful to have you here.
Thank you very much, Bianca, and thank you for bringing us some hope in a very difficult week when it was mostly bad news that was coming from what's happening in our world and the response of Canada to all of this. Indeed, I was elated when Yves Engler mentioned that he was running for the NDP because I always thought that the NDP has the potential of being a true, progressive party in Canada, and unfortunately, cowardice have kept them from being anything less than diet liberal party. And I don't think
A
that's what our
diet liberal
country
party.
needs. And it's
All
if
right.
it was blurry a few months ago, it is now abundantly clear to everyone that just being friendly to the bully is no guarantee that you're not going to suffer the consequences of a criminal taking over the White House. This is the world in which we live today, and it is appalling that in the so called debate that the NDP had, you basically couldn't find anyone
Morning,
raising
Laurel.
those issues that are central to our lives. Everyone in the world today is concerned.
Those of you that are just joining, we are watching a live Zoom from Eve Zangler's wife, who has put her name forward for the leadership of the NDP.
Central to the
This is sort of her
activism that
announcement, an
Bianca,
information
Eve, and
video.
others, Tamara, have joined us over the years with the Canada Haiti Action Network or Solidarité Québec Haïti. In 2019, I was quoted in
I don't
one
know,
of
Laurel.
these articles saying, in
I think,
Haiti,
unfortunately, she is very tied into. Thank you. Into Eve Zangler's campaign. In fact, if you click on her policy, it just pulls up the Eve Zangler page. So it's a little bit of like messy transitioning, but we're listening.
Natural resources
That's what we're doing right now.
are not new happenings, and we have not done what is our responsibility to do. And so when you have someone like Bianca who
I don't
takes
either.
the risk,
Laurel.
and I must say this past year, 2025, was difficult for many of us in the world of activism. But when I watched this young family with 2 children facing their father
Morning,
being
Sage.
jailed for several days for standing up so that Canada can be a better place,
Yeah, Gavin,
not
that's
only did
fair.
I feel disturbed for the fact that I have spent more than 30 years of my life serving in the Canadian federal government, but I also saw that there are not enough of us outraged by that very fact. But I thank you, Bianca, and I thank Eve, and I thank your 2 children for the sacrifice that you are making, because Canada is worth it. And thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jeffrey Kaiti. Canada is indeed worth it. Just going to change the view here back to gallery. Thank you so much. Really prescient words. And thank you as well for the compassion and just the humanity around Eve's situation and the terrible injustice that he's faced. Next up, we're going to hear from Tamara Lawrence. Tamara is a member of the Voice of Women for Peace, the Canada-wide Peace and Justice Network, many other peace organizations. She's a total force of nature. Welcome, Tamara, and also congratulations on just getting your PhD. Welcome, Tamara.
Thank you, Bianca, and good afternoon, everyone. I too am thrilled that Bianca is running for leadership of the NDP. I have gotten to know Bianca over the past almost 10 years. We first met at the Imagine Peace Symposium. This was a high-profile event that took place in Kingston, Ontario, and Bianca at the time was the co-executive director of the LEAP, and she was also a panelist at this symposium. And it was Bianca that gave an excellent presentation making the links between the climate crisis and the urgent need for peace. Bianca knows that we need to cut military spending and invest in our urgent environmental and social programs. Bianca knows that we need to demilitarize, decarbonize, and decolonize and build a green care economy. And I worked with Bianca on the No Fighter Jets campaign. And it's because of her contribution to that campaign that we were able to amplify our message nationally and internationally about why Canada must not buy a new fleet of carbon-intensive fighter jets, to bomb other countries. Bianca knows that militarism is a great threat to people and the planet, and Canada needs to get out of military alliances like NATO. And it was Bianca and I that have worked together for the past 5 years to help establish the Canadian Foreign Policy Institute. And it's because of her leadership that the Canadian Foreign Policy Institute has been able to expand its reach across the country and around the world. And Bianca has the skills, and she's has got the sharp intellect and the analysis and the skills to build the movement that we need in Canada for a new politics that's premised on peace and social justice and international solidarity. So I am so grateful to you, Bianca, for stepping forward to run for leadership of the NDP. We need you at the helm of the NDP, and we need you as Prime Minister of Canada. Go, Bianca.
Thank you, Tamara. Solidarity. Thank you.
I'm just going to show y'all something really quick while they switch over. The LEAP thing they keep talking about. These are the people that worked on it.
Really represents the core, the center of our campaign, the ideas. Did an absolutely brilliant job of leading almost miraculous job of leading our policy committee, coming up with this beautiful document. You should all get yourselves a copy. Capitalism Can't Be Fixed. Onwards to a socialist future. I'd like to invite Jasmine to say a few words about that platform and the campaign.
Is the co-founder.
Yeah, thank you. Last summer, I worked alongside over 40 other activists, academics, and researchers, including Bianca. And yeah, we created the policy platform, Capitalism Can't Be Fixed, Onwards to a Socialist Future, which is around 45 pages. Our policies diagnose the current socioeconomic status of Canada and chart out a vision for the future. Our analysis is that capitalism destroys humanity and nature for the profit of very, very few people. Today, we are being told that economic
policy
growth
platform
through
is still
militarization must be prioritized before investment in social services. They tell us that the biggest threats we face are enemies abroad, yet wildfires destroy our communities, our public health system is collapsing, and Canadians are lining up at food banks for daily meals. Obviously, our real biggest threat is the neglect of people's basic needs. Homelessness, crime, unemployment, the punitive prison system, and chronic illness all carry enormous social and financial costs that hold our economy and human development back. Sustainable economic growth depends on people being healthy, secure, and educated, and thus provide good-paying jobs. We are proposing solutions and a vision for a future that is beyond one person or one leader. It is about proposing and fighting for an alternative economic system that is simply more just for people and the planet. Our policies and platform will not change just because we have a new leader. On the contrary, we released our policy platform months ago and have yet to hear any serious critique of our policies, giving us even more confidence in our vision outlined. Although we strongly reject the blocking of Eve's candidacy, we are here fighting with the aim of winning, not just for us, but for the working class and our future. So our campaign will not be demobilized or passive in the face of one rejection. We will face many obstacles going forward, and that's how we know we are attempting to change the status quo. So we're really lucky to have Bianca stand up and take this on. She's been integral to the campaign so far, and we have a lot of work ahead of us to do.
Thank you so much, Jasmine.
Yeah, to me, so far, that was the most red flaggy response.
That these ideas are central and that it's not about an individual for us with this campaign, and that we're leading with policy, we're leading with ideas, we're leading with our vision. So a few more words. Over the past 6 months, I've helped co-manage the leadership campaign that Jasmine has talked about, that she's been a part of, under the banner of socialism, activism, justice. And we take that very seriously. Those 3 words, they're a pathway. And we've distributed thousands of leaflets, supported striking workers, mobilized against genocide, advanced demands like shutting down the tar sands, abolishing post-secondary tuition, converting corporate housing, real estate investment trusts into co-ops.
And to say that nobody criticized the platform is also a bit of a untruth, because there were people that criticized it.
Voice of the streets. And in a functioning democracy, members would decide whether they support these ideas. And, you know, as I said earlier, we are appalled that an unelected 3-person vetting committee could block a candidate advancing these ideas. And let me be clear, I can see a lot of questions about this. Yves Engler should be allowed to run.
Here it is.
We are still pushing for him to be able to get onto the ballot. And if that decision was reversed, I would step aside. As Jasmine said,
he did harass a lot of women.
We're going to keep going, no matter who's at the helm of this. But again, this is us saying it is members, not a secret committee, that needs to decide who runs, who leads. And when it became clear that these ideas were being pushed out,
I don't agree with a 3-member choosing committee, and I don't agree with $100,000 fundraising.
I did so.
But it is the rules.
Out of a sense of responsibility,
unfortunately,
and from being deeply embedded in this campaign. And so we're refusing to allow this race to be narrowed in such a way that some of these fundamental questions disappear. Questions like land back, shutting down the tar sands, which I've mentioned, but also whether capitalism itself is the problem, and that needs to be debated. It has to be debated. If we can't name things like that, we cannot figure out a way forward. There is no solution without naming the problem, and we have to be intrepid. The stakes are too high. So our campaign offers a real break with militarism, a real break with capitalism, and a vision of what comes next. So this is an economy. Our offer is an economy that guarantees dignity, that word again, where housing, healthcare, education, real security like climate security, are rights, not the fake security that we're told about.
Exactly. Lucky, this is Yves Engler's wife, who is now replacing him as the front runner of his campaign. Same platform, same people, but she's going to be the face of it unless the decision is reversed. That's what we're watching right now, is her announcement.
Is how change has always been made. It is how change has always been made. It has always been won through people coming together. And so I'm running to give a voice to the members who refuse to let democracy be managed downward. So that's it in terms of our presentations. Again, thank you to everybody for being here.
They should campaign to get the rules changed.
Geoffrey Kaiti, land back, socialism, justice.
And like she said,
100%. So I'm just
nope, lost my train of thought.
See that there's some questions in the Q&A. I would ask that if there are any journalists that would like to ask questions, I do see that we have some journalists in the audience. If you could raise your hand, I will unmute you and you can talk. So I see that Nick from Rabble is here, so I'm just going to unmute you so that you can ask your question. Go ahead, Nick.
Hi, thank you very much, Bianca. My question, in this leadership race, there are very few candidates who are proficient in French. Yves was, I think, the most proficient in the French language. I was just wondering, what's your proficiency in French?
Yeah, great question. So, je peux parler la langue française, mais je ne parle pas bien. Je travaille en anglais seulement, mais je suis une personne qui, je comprends que c'est vraiment, vraiment important. And you know, while I don't feel like I have the level of French where I
was
can
going to say, this doesn't sound
my French
phenomenal.
I talk to my kids and their teachers, and you know, do my marketplace things and the kind of very basic things that are required. But I take it very seriously, and by some chance I was able to make it all the way, I would get there. Like I would brush this situation up, and I would speak with the people en français. So that's where it's at. I'll be honest about that.
I'll put it this way: I understood everything she said, and I don't speak French.
But I do have a ways to go.
Don't speak French
well. Probably about the same as Avi Lewis, if I were to kind of get a sense of where the other candidates are at.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay.
De rien. Merci beaucoup pour la question. Vraiment importante question. I see that there's a question from Will Adams. I'm gonna try and unmute you. Just give me 1 second.
Seriously, Guernsey.
Hold on, I'm having trouble with this. Okay, I'm just gonna unmute Jessa, because for some reason I'm having some trouble. Jessa, please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Bianca. I put it in the Q&A, but I'm going to ask it here. I also have a follow-up. But you're starting a little bit late in the race. That's not news to you. Do you have a plan on overcoming that head start all the candidates have on you? I mean, specifically that the financial hurdles that the NDP have put in place. They're big ones, right? I'm wondering, you've got a lot of people here from Yves' campaign. Are you going to utilize the resources they were able to gather, or do you have to start from scratch?
Good question.
Thank you. Yeah, great question. I mean, the truth is that they do have a head start. I'm going to let other people from the campaign talk about this as well. That's real. I think our campaign has always, the campaign that I was a part of has always exceeded expectations. And it's always been about grassroots energy, about volunteers, about small donations, about organizing, about doing things quickly. So I think that, I mean, one of the things that we would do if I got through vetting, we would, talk to Eve about this, and, the money that has been raised for that campaign, the plan is to return that money. And if people wanted to donate to this campaign, which would be a new campaign, they could do so. And we would hope that they would do so. So it's an important question. We do have some hurdles ahead of us. But there's a lot of people that I am representing. And that's why I'm here, is because we have a mandate. We have people that believe in it, who have already showed up in great numbers. So we're not behind in that sense, right? But there is the reality of deadlines. I'd love
they have a lot of money to raise by the end of January.
On that question.
If they're actually starting
Mike,
from scratch.
Jasmine, what are your thoughts on this money issue?
Well, there's no doubt about it that this is going to be a challenge. We have our work cut out for us. We have to raise a large amount of money in a very short space of time. And how much the NDP drags their feet on the vetting process very much will impact that.
She technically shouldn't be fundraising until she's vetted, which was one of Eve's problems as well.
We'll be rolling out a plan to do that fundraising so we can move very rapidly.
Also, sorry if y'all can hear my printer having a
is past vetting, and we can fundraise properly through the NDP's official channels that they would like us to fundraise through. So I think we have enough of a groundswell of support that we can make that hurdle. It's a lot of money to raise, but there's a lot of support for these ideas. And I think that's going to translate into both excitement on the ground, but also people willing to put their resources in, not just their time.
Thank you, Mike. Jasmine, any thoughts on this question about the hurdles, both money, but also in terms of energy and places?
I think so, Guernsey. If they're actually
as Mike said, we need to get through vetting first. So this is up to the NDP of whether or not they're going to allow Bianca to go through. But also this campaign is about the ideas and the policies. So we have resolutions that people are bringing to their EDAs to bring to the convention. That goes beyond this leadership race. And, we have policies in our policy platform that have been explicitly picked by other candidates and brought forward. And that's great. That's totally fine. We just want these ideas to go out there. So there are some, administrative issues coming up, and there's going to be a crunch time with funding and everything, but we haven't had a problem with funding, actually. It's been maybe the easiest part of the campaign has been getting the funds. So it's actually the vetting that is the biggest hurdle here.
Yeah, well said. Well said. The vetting is our hurdle. Jessa, do you have any follow-up questions?
Well, yeah, you seem to segue right into it, to be honest, now that you've seen
That's the question,
the
Lucky.
methods used to block Eve. Do you anticipate passing the vetting?
I would hope so. And I mean, the official reasons given for blocking Eve's candidacy were based around, they weren't based around our campaign or the platform specifically. And so I would hope that they would take the campaign and my experience on my own merits, and I'm my own person, and will be running my own campaign. And so again, certainly that's the hope. I'd love to hear from you, Mike, or anyone actually else, because I mean, it's a mystery to us. Whether we'll get through vetting, but we're going to follow the procedures that are required of us, and we'll do everything we can to get through. So
this isn't really following procedure.
Well, I would say that there is no good reason that Bianca should not make it through vetting. Frankly, her record and her character is unimpeachable. I think if she is blocked, it will be quite damning and would be a demonstration that there was never democracy here to begin with.
Oh boy.
That these ideas were never going to be allowed. So I don't know if the party wants to send that message. I think that would be a big mistake.
She just said that other campaigns have taken their ideas, and that's a great thing. And he's saying that they don't want any of those ideas out. So which one is it?
This is a chance to walk that back.
100%. Yeah. Any other thoughts from any of our other panelists? I know that you haven't necessarily been deeply involved with the campaign itself, but do you have any thoughts on the NDP democracy and your hopes for democracy in the NDP?
Here we go.
Well, if I can simply say that I really hope that we are not mistaken, and that there are wise people within the NDP still who can see indeed that this is redemption, an opportunity for redemption for them. And honestly, myself, when I found out that this option was available, I was kind of relieved, because really I was angry at myself that it took me that long to send the request to end my membership. And and I went online this morning and I saw several other people who said exactly the same thing. So really, I mean, and it's not out of people who are angry. Like I said, I've always admired the NDP and saw the potential, even at the time of Jack Layton. I remember at one demonstration, anti-war demonstration on Parliament Hill, we had the opportunity to exchange with Jack, and we were saying, why isn't the NDP on university campuses, pushing the agenda a little bit stronger? Like, this is all an opportunity for the NDP, but not the current campaign that they're running, that is so cautious. They want to be taken seriously.
They spent this entire meeting talking about what she was going to do.
The serious people who are in politics today are no examples. I use the word serious, of course, you know what I mean.
I would have maybe taken it more seriously.
We need something else.
This is on
we need what Bianca represents. That is, all the Liberal Party making fun of the concept of feminism, calling their foreign policy feminist foreign policy. This is really so disturbing on so many fronts, right? Now I wonder how they address the fact that this brave woman, Delcy Rodriguez, who's running, who's acting president of Venezuela. I would like to see what the Canadian feminist foreign policy deals with this situation, or how they dealt with Dilma Rousseff in Brazil, or the woman who was in charge of the Famille Avalas party in Haiti. It was always fake. And that's why these women left the Liberal Party. But the NDP did not pick up anything from that. Okay, the NDP just sat there and just, be another liberal party. We need a real democratic party, and socialism, I think, is what it needs to be anchored on. Bianca, please, please, lawyers, whoever's around you, who can make sure that you
Lawyers?
get approved, please do what is
I
necessary.
don't know that lawyers are
It's
going to help her
urgent.
get
Thank you.
approved for the
Thank you,
NDP.
Jeffrey Kaiti. Maria.
Well, I have been tremendously disappointed with the NDP. Tremendously disappointed, because through all these years that Venezuela has struggled with the illegal criminal sanctions of the United States and Canada, we never heard once.
There was potential. I think Bianca has an amazing, has done some amazing things, but she was always going to be behind because she's starting her platform on top of the Eve Zangler platform, and distancing herself from that would have been smarter than what this is, because this isn't going to get her any further.
Angus, who is not now within the party, he's outside, I think. But the point is that the NDP is in danger of diluting itself in its fight to get to the middle, where they think that the votes are. They are diluting whatever it is that their principles or whatever it is that they stand for. And I tell you that this is a formula for disaster.
I don't disagree with that.
We need a true alternative to the liberals and the conservatives. And unless the NDP steps up, well, then they're just going to be one more in the pile. And they won't, and on top of that, they won't get power. So I think the world is watching Canada. And I think many of us here in Canada, especially in the Latin American community, are watching very closely what the NDP is doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Will, I see that you have a question. Please let us know what media outlet you're with, and you can direct your question to any one of the panelists. Go ahead, Will. Here, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Will Adams, and I am with the Provincial Times. My question is for Bianca. Over the past year, ICE in the United States has detained more than 150 Canadians, with reports of deaths in custody and denial of basic rights. Years back, when China detained Michael's Kovrig and Spavor, it became a years-long national scandal. When this has happened with our closest ally, the entire political class, including current NDP leader Don Davies, has said nothing. If you are elected NDP leader, what will you do specifically to defend Canadians being unlawfully detained in the United States to push for their release?
Yeah, well, I mean, the first thing is to follow international law, right? To the letter. This is something that we've actually addressed in our policy documents. Right now, my mandate are the policies that have been put forward by the committee. I'm wondering, actually, Jasmine, who's leading our policy committee, if you have any thoughts directly from the policy book on how this would be addressed as a campaign, more specifically.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. And what's kind of ironic about that example is that, you know, it ended up with the two Michaels, ended up being this whole spy thing in Canada. So, I mean, there's just geopolitics behind all of it. And, you know, Canada's not putting its Canadian citizens first. It's putting its geopolitical interests first, which are like driven by profit and capital. So, I mean, just a fundamental rethinking of the system would break that. We don't have anything specific on like ICE detentions in the United States, but we have a logic and an analysis in our campaign that would address it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's well said. We have a direction that we would go in, and we're very much informed by the direction, and our policies would flow from there.
A bit of a non-answer.
I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Tamara, as well, or Mike, Maria, on this question. Also understanding that our policies are very much informed by the activists around us, right? And getting a sense of what people on the ground are calling for, migrant justice organizers,
Yeah,
and the
well, I'm
like.
not entirely sure.
That's where we take our cues from. So if you have any thoughts
Yeah,
about Will's question, please,
what is it we have?
Please speak up.
Beginnings of a plan?
All right, thank you so much, Will, for that important question and for the specificity as well. Okay, so I'm going to look at a couple of the questions that are in the Q&A. I see a question
Concepts of a plan.
from,
That's what we need. Yeah,
Hold a second, trying to get a sense of these. I see a question from Sandra. Sandra asks, do you condemn the bombardment of Venezuela, the kidnapping of President Maduro and his wife? And do you think that Carney lacks leadership when it comes to the ongoing Gaza and genocide? So yes, Sandra, 100%. I personally, the campaign, totally condemns the bombardment of Venezuela. We have very specific demands that we're putting out. We're calling on Carney to condemn what's happened in no uncertain terms as a clear act of war. We're calling on Maduro to be returned, and for the Canadian government as well to make this call for his immediate release. We're calling for the Canadian government to denounce all aggression against Venezuela, which has been
yeah, Lucky, it definitely does feel that way. They're just trying to put a different face on a campaign that's already failed.
Assistance that we may be getting, that we may be giving to this U.S. war on Venezuela, and we've long provided cover, especially diplomatic cover. I think you all know the Jean Guaido fiasco that we were at the head of. We would also call for, and because these things are all connected, we would call for sanctions to be rescinded. This is collective punishment. We know who suffers. It's not the elites, it's the people. There's a death toll. And we would also call for diplomatic relations with Caracas to be reinstated. I'm curious, Maria, whether you have any other thoughts on what we should be calling for as Canadian citizens, as the NDP.
I personally, I would call for the resignation of Anita Anand, who has really embarrassed Canada. When Marco Rubio came here for that meeting that they had at the G7, and she was standing right next to him. This was a moment when perhaps a good friend would tell a friend who's doing something bad, maybe you shouldn't do this. At that moment, Anita Anand said something that I don't think anyone who knows anything about international law would have said. She said that it is not up to her to comment on other countries' foreign policy. Give me a break. This is the most hypocritical thing coming out of a voice of a foreign ministry here. In other words, she didn't want to tread on his toes out of sheer cowardice, sheer fear of the United States, when Canada should be there defending the sovereignty, the physical, territorial integrity of the countries that share this hemisphere with us. Instead, she bowed down to, of all people, Rubio. She was an embarrassment to Canada. And I think that they say that she teaches law. I don't know where she would teach law. I would never hire her after saying something like this. Even Axworthy came out and said, this is like asking the criminal, if they have broken the law, you ask the criminal if they broke the law. So I would ask that Anita Anand be fired from this position. The other thing I would ask, which you rightly mentioned, is Canada broke relationships with Venezuela. There's no embassy. There's no consulate. There's not even an office for, kind of bureaucratic stamping of passports or whatever. So in other words, what happens in Ottawa and what happens in the press here is that they depend on the United States to tell them what is going on in Venezuela. So there are no eyes. There are no Canada eyes in Latin America. There is no eyes of Canada in in Venezuela. They rely on Reuters and whatever Washington wants to feed Ottawa. So I would very much urge the NDP to ask that we get another foreign affairs minister, and that we reinstate the embassy of Venezuela in Ottawa. That would really be something to show that we are different from the United States. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Maria. We also have another question here. Do you think Carney lacks leadership when it comes to the ongoing genocide in Gaza? Yes, yes, a million times yes. Carney lacks leadership and has provided much cover for the genocide. Our platform explicitly and repeatedly rejects imperialist war and militarism and oppression, and this genocide in Gaza has been central to the work that we're doing, central to our organizing. We have a very clear 10-point platform demands specifically around Palestine, and they're all Canada specific, right? Because we have to center ourselves. So some of these are things that others are calling for, like banning arms sales to Israel.
Release. You guys want to see it?
Groups that are funding ethnic cleansing, apartheid, war, or the Israeli military specifically. We're calling to abolish the terrorism list, which has been very anti-Palestinian and arbitrary, and has the standard legal burdens of proof are not there. We've been calling on Canada to follow its own laws to enforce the Foreign Enlistment Act, stop Canadians joining the Israeli military, prosecute those who do. They're killers. We've been calling on Canada to reject the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which just is a sweeping definition that does not allow for criticisms of Israel, for Zionism, and many other things. The free trade agreement, we want that to be abrogated. We want to reject the bubble zone bylines, support BDS, and so on and so forth. So not sure if there's anyone else here who wants to talk a little bit about Palestine, Gaza, and its centrality to our campaign. If so, please, this is your moment to do so. But I can assure you that I think many people joined our campaign because of the horrors that they're witnessing in Gaza, and the horrors at the support that our government and the cover that our own government has provided to this. It's unspeakable. All right, so
Bianca?
Yes, Jeffrey Kaiti, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to add to this point that your campaign represents such a huge opportunity for the NDP to step in space that is currently void. That is, in the last few years, I worked on university campus, and it was evident to me the divide between what the administration, who were scared, were doing and how they were standing and cowering, as
So,
opposed to the
Crochet and Yarn, part of the reason they're doing it this way is because she's trying to make it seem like this is a whole movement, and she just happens to be the face of it. But so that she can step aside if Eves is somehow allowed to run again. I think that she should have more answers. I agree with you. But I think that's sort of the face they're trying to put on it.
NDP would be very foolish not to see this opportunity there. And of course, I mentioned Gaza because and Palestine because it's so obvious. But I think the other opportunity here, because of your experience with the Canadian Foreign Policy Institute, which is something that we needed in Canada for so long, because of what's happening in the Congo, because of and Canadian complicity in all of these things, right? And I think
I also want more of a response on how exactly they're going to shift the campaign over to Bianca, which they sort of shied away from the only question that's happened there. We all know, I mean, Eves has not been quiet about what he believes as far as foreign policy in Israel and Gaza, and,
Vancouver and Victoria
hey, Taryn.
and Ottawa, who when they told me that, well,
Hope
Jean,
you're
what
well,
you're
friend.
saying to us about what's happening in Haiti is disturbing. Well, I used to say to them, well, don't just trust me, buy an airplane ticket and go yourself, all the time thinking that they're not going to do it. Well, many raging grannies did go to Haiti and they suffer themselves. So I think your campaign has this opportunity to help Canadians go to Colombia, go to Haiti, go to Venezuela, see for themselves, so that our foreign policy cannot be, something that people are writing in an office in Ottawa when they have no idea what they're talking
Yeah,
about.
just go buy a ticket,
Thank
no
you.
problem.
Thank you. Yes. I mean, so many good points there. I mean, universities are contested spaces. They are dynamic places. Students are learning. They
No, you're good,
are
Neuropunk.
curious. They have time. They have
I'm getting
energy,
less and less
and they're figuring things
patient
out.
with this live.
Space of resistance. Many
Tyrion, just so you understand, Bianca has put her name in for leadership of the NDP over with Eve Zangler's campaign. That's what we're listening to right now.
And I think that one of the things, and this is why activism is so central, such a central pillar, is, for all of his faults, I remember a quote from Bill McKibben, who,
most of these
was
people
asked by
worked
all these
on Eve's
activists,
campaign.
who are feeling very disenfranchised and alienated, how can I as an individual make a difference? And his response was, stop being an individual, right? And I think that is the response. I think that's the alienation. I think that's the hopelessness. It's this sense that we have no power. We can't do anything. We can't on our own, but we have a tremendous amount of power as together, especially if you're on the right side of history, even with all the propaganda that's out there.
This is the largest, most dynamic progressive movement inside the NDP.
But we have to get organized. And I think another thing that you had said, Jeffrey K. teaches about the different issues. What we need, and this is why naming socialism, naming the systems is so important, is there are so many issues. And people say, well, how can you address all of this? Well, they're all connected. How can you not address this and that? And it's the same thing, right? And I think if we don't have people that are able to articulate that, weave it together so that people can understand that if you're opposing a coup in Haiti, right, you're opposing climate change, like you're a labor activist, like these things are all connected and they make way more sense. And so we need people who can communicate these ideas, who are unafraid to, but it starts with looking at the problem in the eye, and then it becomes a lot simpler, right? It's very complex and impossible to deal with if you don't think in terms of systems.
Yeah. It is,
so
Kevin. It
thank
really
you
is.
for all of those for all of those comments. We have some questions about labor specifically. We have a question. Someone said you haven't brought up labor yet, and there's someone who says, "What are your plans to bring labor on side?" Something about there was a question I saw in here about socialism and whether this would be part of our platform. Sorry, I've lost, there's so many questions now. Sorry, I just can't keep track of all of them for all of my.
If you'd like, I could speak about the labor comments.
Yeah, yes, please. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, so this webinar may be focused a bit more on the internationalism and socialism side of our platform, especially just with everything going on. But as Bianca just said, like there's a direct connection between the jobs that we have here, what they produce, and what happens.
Yeah, Lucky, it definitely feels like that. And again, I said this before, Eve Zangler, fantastic activist, not ready to be the leader of a party and the country. Hey, mnemonic overload, welcome.
But what about the greenhouse gas emissions? What about the coal dust going through communities? So that's why we're trying to get this more holistic perspective out there, but that doesn't mean that we're ignoring labor. So as Ted put into the chat, we have a Green Workers program. We have a whole section in our policy platform on workers' rights. We believe in communities and workers controlling their own workplaces through democratically elected councils, stronger labor rights, guaranteed union access, sector-wide bargaining, national workers' assemblies. We're calling for an assembly from artists.
And again, they're just naming policies, not actually talking about what the policies are about.
Say like, you're not talking about this. Like we have to kind of talk on this bigger, broader internationalism or socialism perspective, just because everything is connected and we have so many details within our policy platform. We can only talk about so many things at once. But yeah, I highly recommend just going in there and looking through what you want to see. If something's in there or something's missing, just send us an email. Like a lot of people have done this over the last few months, saying, "Hey, I would really like to see a policy on this." So yeah.
And we have a question, would Bianca reestablish socialism in the NDP constitution? Again, this is, would we reestablish socialism? Certainly that's part of our mandate. It's part of the NDP's founding tradition. It's a travesty that they removed it from their constitution. It's the mandate that I'm representing. Ultimately, members decide always, but I think that's something that they would be very interested in. And my role would be to make sure that debate happened very openly and very democratically.
Yeah, sure, that's accurate. It's a lot of big ideas and a lot of overarching, well, if we fix all the climate change stuff, then we'll fix all the stuff internationally. Like that doesn't... People are voting for people because of the specific ideas and promises that they run in their campaigns. This is very like, we're going to fix everything and so you should vote for us, which is not realistic. Yeah, changing the world. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so they're criticizing the debates for not having any international questions, but they haven't discussed any domestic ones either.
Their party to stand
there has to be both
today. So definitely we would reopen that question and we would push for it. I see there's some questions. Well, Mike, actually, I'd love to hear from you if you have anything that you'd like to add on this question of labor.
Yeah, exactly, Gavin. Oh, Mike's frozen.
Okay, I'm gonna just move on. Barry, I see that you have a question. I'm gonna unmute you and let you ask your question. I think Mike just froze, unfortunately. Go ahead, Barry, ask your question.
I will say,
Barry, you can unmute yourself now and ask your question.
I like this idea of having
can you hear me now?
Anybody ask questions.
I can, yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's tremendous to see so many people at this event. I'm a co-manager of the campaign, and I'm also on the editorial board of Turn Left, which is the publication of the Socialist Caucus, and of Red Review, a monthly magazine of Socialist Action. I just wanted to ask about how this campaign is more than an individual fighting for a position. It's a movement that strives for the transformation.
Tell us how great we are. This is like a liberal asking a liberal question in question period.
Writ large.
Yikes.
At the convention, what will the campaign, the Socialist Caucus campaign, with Bianca for leader, or Yves if he's reinstated, doing with regard to policies? I know that there are some 11 policy resolutions being circulated across the country right now. And I'm also aware that there will be a dozen or 24 candidates for federal NDP executive to show that this struggle for socialist policy, for internationalism, for democracy, for an end to war, an end to the profit system, to abolish the billionaires, this is going to continue. So what is the plan going forward for policy and candidates at the NDP federal convention at the end of March in Winnipeg?
That was a lot.
Yeah, I think this is an ongoing question, which Barry, I think you actually have a lot more information on this than I do, as you've been doing so much to organize that aspect of the campaign. I see that we've lost you there. So I actually think you're best placed to answer your own question, but organizing is happening. We're organizing towards Winnipeg. Right away when Yves was, when his candidacy was blocked, we did a press conference immediately following that, where we said, he was going on tour, going to continue talking about these ideas. And we're going to be organizing. This was before I even threw my hat in the ring. We're going to be organizing all the way until Winnipeg. We're going to have our policy decision, including getting rid of this secret, vetting committee, right? And having far more democratic processes in place. But You know, that is in the works. There are deadlines that we have to meet. The policy committee has put
She's losing
together
members of her
a
panel.
number of policies that we're going to be bringing.
Secret vetting? It's not secret vetting. It's people.
And I think it's a really good idea for people to
Turn left newsletter? Yeah, I bet you are.
Positions that exist. So, I mean, I think that's, yeah, the Angler Bus. Gabby, who's our volunteer coordinator, talks
Also,
about the Angler Bus.
Canada out of NATO
song,
pin.
it's from the Venga Boys, the Venga Bus is coming. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. So we're talking about the Angler Bus, which we're gonna have to, yeah, figure out. You know, I don't know what we're gonna call it now, but we're still calling it the Angler Bus, and the Angler Bus is coming. And it is coming to Winnipeg, and we want you all to get on the Angler Bus, which may or may not be renamed. We hope that they will overturn this decision. Okay, so we're on the hour, and again, I feel like that might be lost in this discussion, which is that we are still pushing for Eve to be able to run. This is part of us saying we're not going to go down without a fight. Like, these ideas are too important. We haven't given up on Eve. We haven't given up on his candidacy. If anything, this is us showing that, like, this doesn't end. This doesn't end with Eve being blocked. This doesn't end with that. So I feel like it's important for people to grok that and to understand what we're doing, and to see that this is more than one person, but to also understand that we are going to follow the rules, you know, and that if I'm vetted through, it will be its own campaign.
Of course it is, Lucky.
Very, very similar, and our policy platform is the same. We have a question about what is Bianca's position on Ukraine? Asks Henry. It's great that Tamara is here, because Tamara's done tons of work.
This is Bianca. I haven't said her last name enough for me to pick up how to pronounce it, but Mugieni. And she is Eve Zangler's wife, who has now put her name forward for leader of the NDP. But her policies and her everything else is just continuing what Eve Zangler has already done.
The cost to Ukrainians,
all under his name still.
Life. I'll leave it at that. We have more, more thoughts on this, but that's really the center of it, is that we should be a force. Our country should be a force for diplomacy and de-escalation. We don't want to be another cog in the wheel of the war machine. We want to take money away from the war machine and put it to health, to food, to standard of living. We need to defund the war machine. We need to delegitimate the war machine. And I'll let Tamara also answer this, because she is an expert when it comes to peace and justice.
Yeah.
Well, just very quickly, I want to bring to everybody's attention.
So she did submit before January 1st, so she technically could still submit her name, but it's very unlikely.
In the fall of 2021 and in early 2022, the Canadian Foreign Policy Statement was mobilizing to call on the Canadian government to not escalate the crisis that was unfolding in Ukraine. I mean, we saw where this was leading, and Bianca helped us with webinars and national days of action to say Ukraine needs to stay neutral and not to join NATO, and this was critical. And also we did these webinars and media
she is a super accomplished person in her own right.
Briefings to members of parliament, action alerts to say, use diplomacy, use dialogue, do not send weapons to Ukraine, end this conflict diplomatically. And instead, what we've
Russia
seen
is very known for doing things diplomatically.
4 years of war, Canada started to send weapons to Ukraine, from 2017. They were planning this. NATO provoked this war, and so
NATO provoked this
war. We were on the right side of this issue, saying that it should be diplomacy, not war. In Ukraine, and imagine how things could have been different. We could have saved, all of these lives and this destroyed country now in Ukraine. So our Prime Minister right now is in Paris.
Hi, Sammy.
Meeting with NATO allies for this coalition of the willing, and it's people like us that have been asking questions. What does this mean? Is Canada going to send boots on the ground in Ukraine. We need to end this war, not continue to send weapons. It's a NATO proxy war. We need to end it.
My goodness.
And we need peace in Ukraine and peace with Russia. And that was what we said
Peace with Russia.
2021 and early 2022. And we were right. And Bianca helped us with that campaign.
Thank you, Tamara. Okay, so I think the last question we'll take is from Yuri.
I need these people to live
Yuri,
in the world.
I'm going to unmute you, if at all possible.
Yes,
make it
agreed,
as concise as
irascible,
possible, because we're already 11 minutes over the hour. And then if there's anyone on a panel that wants to make a kind of final comment, they can do so. Go ahead, Yuri, and ask your question.
I'll try my best.
Concise, Yuri. You can
Absolutely,
do it.
Joshua.
Well, first off, I'm very sorry that I came late, so I missed the first. So I missed the beginning of the press conference. But here goes. So my question is this: so if I understand very correctly, Eve for NDP leadership, which you are a part of, you guys are still going to try to overcome him being barred from running. When will be the date where you guys exhaust all of that and hopefully the NDP overturns this? And then if not, is it better not to wait for that conflict to resolve before throwing your hats in the ring? Because otherwise that might confuse people. And I know your opponents and rivals will exploit this. And, while Eve is being barred, and they'll use you being the wife and part of his campaign to trying to get in the race. But if the decision to bar him is not overturned, then, of course, you're going to step aside. So why not Eve just suspend his campaign? And then he and the team formally support you and tell all of your supporters to support you, especially in the event that you might get approved to run.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the last part of your question. I'm going to let others take this as well, including Mike, who's the head of our communications and has been thinking about these strategic questions. I don't think that there's a right way necessarily to do this.
Yes, there is.
We've just
there absolutely is.
Like our goal is to fight. There are deadlines. So the deadline for applying was January 1st. So I could not throw my hat in the ring post January 1st. I applied on the 31st of December. So it's important to understand that option is not open to us, that you're putting forward. But this is why I keep saying, I try to say this repeatedly throughout. We have not given up on Eve's campaign. This is us not giving up on Eve's campaign. And we will have to communicate that as clearly as possible.
Yeah, they need to answer that question, period.
Through, that would be the pivot, right? So if I'm vetted through Eve's campaign at that point, obviously we would still condemn. It's still outrageous that there was a Democratic exclusion, but it is at that point that I would start to campaign it in earnest. Is if I get through vetting,
so bizarre,
I will begin a campaign in earnest, separate from Eve's campaign. It has to be separate. I'm a different person. What is the same is the mandate. But up until that point, we are demonstrating, protesting hard against Eve's exclusion, and we want that decision to be overturned. We are still calling on people to get in touch with the federal council, and we will continue protesting. Stay tuned.
Okay, so if
Here we go.
you get vetted in, then Eve's campaign just suspends itself and then fully, endorses you, your supporters. Yeah.
I would hope so, because it is his campaign that asked me to run, right? So
Okay.
it's his campaign that has asked me to run. So it would make sense that if I got vetted through, they would.
She started this by saying that she was part of the campaign, so she asked herself to run.
My campaign hasn't begun. I have submitted for vetting, and fingers crossed that I get through. Yeah.
All my best. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Trying to see who else is still here from our panelists. Just give me one moment. Okay, so yeah, I think we're going to round out now. Tamara, Jeffrey Kaiti are the two panelists that I still have with me. We went over time. If either of you have anything that you'd like to say, kind of in closing, I'd love to hear from you. And other than that, it's been a wonderful press conference. Thank you for your questions, journalists. Thank you for your questions, audience, and for simply being here and for continuing to support these ideas and for staying dynamic. Tamara, Jeffrey Kaiti, any final thoughts?
Thank you so much, Bianca, for stepping forward and championing a socialist platform that's, like I said, based on peace and social justice and mutual aid and
It is
international
confusing, though. I would
solidarity.
suggest
We just
Bianca running and let
absolutely
Eves
desperately
rest.
need it in Canada.
Oh,
and
boy.
so many people are behind you. This is the kind of platform that Canadians really need. So we're sending you a lot of strength as you go forward. Thank you.
Tamara.
Yes.
Jeffrey Kaiti.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, this breath of fresh air in a very difficult period. It gives us new energy to begin the year 2026. I see a question here from Ted about the platform's position on the right of Indigenous people and the
Yeah, exactly,
Truth and
Zuo.
Reconciliation report. There's a full segment in the platform document on this, which covers land back and all kinds of.
Isn't Ted part of the party?
Was really,
How would
really
he not know
impressed when I
this?
read it. Really, folks, there is a great opportunity here to be part of something historical, something great, something wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if she had started out as the forerunner, or if she's running completely separate from Eves, 100%. But this is bizarre.
Mike Palisak, thanks for your clarity, your courage, and for just lending your voice so generously in this difficult time. Thanks to everyone who joined us today. Thanks for trusting members and insisting that the future that we live in is something that we all get to debate and shape together. So thanks again. Peace, everybody. Solidarity. Thank you, Zachariah. Thank you, Lucy, for being there in the background and holding it down. Land back, solidarity, socialism, activism, justice. All right, everyone. Peace.
Okay. That was a thing that we watched. Oh, man. Again, I will say this again. I said this when Eve Zangler was first not vetted. Eve Zangler has a place. I think that Eve Zangler has a place as outside of the way that he stalked women, obviously, but his kind of activism and his kind of crowd gathering, anger inducing views have a place. And I think that many of the things that he talked about are definitely things that need to be addressed in our political systems. But to put someone forward on top of the Eve Zangler campaign saying that she'll step down if they reverse the decision, and not really having her responses to all the questions were, well, go look at the platform that Eve's put out already, which is so bizarre. Yeah, exactly, Anu. His stalking is what makes me so cautious about the reality of his wife suddenly running for his campaign. Agreed. It's bizarre, and that was bizarre. It started out so well. I do think that Bianca has done some great things, and she's I mean, I don't know much about her outside of this, but even the little bit that I saw, I think she, if she was outside of this Anglerism thing, maybe she would have a better chance. Yeah, if you're running on a platform, you should know the platform well enough to answer questions. Absolutely. Thanks, U235. I appreciate it. I am slowly starting to switch the stream out of Christmas mode. It's just taking a little bit. But yeah, Angler absolutely couldn't capture votes in Alberta. No, I agree. And that's the thing too, right? Like, they keep saying things about how the other candidates aren't pushing for the right ideas or aren't speaking on certain topics. and this is a controversial take because some people will disagree with me, but in order for the NDP to even stay as a party, they need to win seats in the ridings where they are not popular. And having someone like Eve Zangler is not the way to do that. It's a good way to ensure that. Sorry, I'm just reading chat. It's a good way to ensure that only the really strong activist regions of Canada would maybe elect him, but that's not how you get the votes across Canada. Do I wish we lived in a society where those types of views and those types of strong opinions would mean more votes? Absolutely I do. Absolutely I do. But just the same thing as they have to follow the NDP rules, at some point, like, there has to be some appeal for the broader public. Still stand on your values, make those values, state those values, stand on those values. But to turn your campaign into a hate piece against everybody is not. It's just not the way to run. He's going to alienate members of the NDP who would have voted NDP. Yeah, Rob Ashton is still up there for me, except for that attack ad that he put out over the weekend, which is not great. I've been going for about almost 2.5 hours. I definitely need to run and do a bathroom break, and then we're going to switch into talking a little bit about the Venezuela attacks, and then I have a couple of shorter stories. I actually did have a candidate with a picture left. Yeah. Okay, let's switch here. I'll be right back, y'all.
Do it, lady.
Thank you, Mnemonic, for the follow. Alrighty. I hope you all got a good stretch. Standing up, stretching, got a drink, all of the important things. I'm going to be 110% honest. I don't know a lot about the attack on Venezuela outside of what I've seen other people talking about. But we are going to go through a couple of things, and then we'll talk about some of the flooding that's happening in our country right now, both in Calgary with a water main break, and also in Manitoba, where a Indigenous community lost power in the middle of the winter. And we're also going to talk about something called the Monroe Doctrine, which is something that keeps getting brought up over and over again, and I thought would be a good little lesson for all of us. But let's start. No worries. Let's start here with our CIA director talking about the attack in Venezuela.
Hi there, and welcome to Power Play. I'm Vashi Capellos in Ottawa on this Monday. Tonight, Nicolas Maduro in court as Trump says the U.S. will run Venezuela.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
U.S. President Donald Trump announcing American control of Venezuela after a significant military and intelligence operation over the weekend to capture the country's dictator, Nicolas Maduro, who has now pleaded not guilty alongside his wife to American criminal charges in a New York court. We're going to have full...
Yeah, it wasn't on mine either, Anu. A lot of this stuff wasn't, unfortunately.
American Army General and former CIA Director General David Petraeus. Then Trump's former national security advisor...
Yeah, Troll, there's lots of stuff that I would have to educate myself on before fully commenting on this, but...
With, of course, our front bench, Brian Gallant, Lisa Ray, Tom Mulcair, and Rob Benzie, all our Monday regulars will be here tonight. And Chrysler Freeland is set to step down as a member of Parliament. The former Deputy Prime Minister announcing moments ago she'll resign her stint. But I will start tonight with that breaking news on the home front. This is interviewed at the Eve as Peppers. Remember, there.
Ugh.
We're dealing with the people that just got sworn.
No worries, Troll.
And,
that's why we're here, to learn together.
Don't ask me who's in charge, because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial. What does that mean? It means we're in charge.
Oh my word.
To do a second strike if we need it. We're totally prepared.
But that's off the table.
Still prepared.
That's off the table now.
No, it's not. If they don't behave, we will do a second strike.
U.S. President Donald Trump
I love the look on her face.
on board Air Force One last night, explicitly telling reporters that America is in charge of Venezuela, and he's prepared to launch further military action to reinforce that. Those comments come after the capture of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, transporting both to U.S. custody in New York. Video here of American authorities, for example, bringing Maduro and Flores to a New York City court today, where both pleaded not guilty to criminal charges, including narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, and the possession of machine guns and destructive devices against the United States.
I do
Maduro,
believe they also
telling the
charged
judge
his
he
son,
is a, quote, decent
if I'm not
man,
incorrect.
and still insists he is the president of Venezuela. However, he's been ruling Venezuela as a dictator since losing the country's 2018 elections. Millions have fled that country during his reign, and much of the oil-rich nation now lives in poverty. Meantime, in Venezuela, Maduro's second-in-command, Delcy Rodriguez, has been sworn in as acting president, backed by the U.S., at least for now. Trump is celebrating the capture of Maduro as a military success, and last night suggested further U.S. action could come with other countries.
Colombia is very sick, too, run by a sick man
who
likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long.
He's not doing it very long. He has cocaine mills and cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very long.
So there will be an operation by the U.S.
It sounds good to me.
Are you considering U.S. action in Cuba?
We're not. I think it's just going to fall. I don't think we need any action. It looks like it's going down. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint
boy.
of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
With us to dissect the U.S. operation and what could come next is former CIA Director General David Petraeus. The general also led the U.S. military operations in both Iraq and Afghanistan. Hi, General Petraeus. Pleasure to welcome you back to our program. Thank you very much for making the time.
Good to be with you again, Vashi. Thanks.
I wanted to start off, sir, given your extensive experience.
So the other thing that people have been making connections to is when Germany invaded Poland. Most of their concentration camps were not in Germany. They were in Poland. They invaded Poland and turned it into a place where they could bring people to or send people to. You know, Trump's got this whole anti-immigration policy that he loves so much. And this, again, I'm going to put my little tinfoil hat on, but this makes it a whole lot easier if he's running that country for them to have somewhere to send people to. It's horrific.
Experience in both the military and the CIA by asking about the operation itself. What stands out to you about what unfolded in Venezuela?
Well, how masterful it was, frankly. This was an enormous operation, over 150 aircraft of all different types, launched from 20 different locations, all brought together, having, of course, been exhaustively rehearsed prior to this, but all the actions synchronized. The supposedly sophisticated Chinese and Russian air and ballistic missile defense systems rendered incapable, destroyed, and no loss of life on the U.S. side, damage to an aircraft, a couple of soldiers wounded, but really an extraordinary...
Also, I'm sorry, but no damage to the U.S. side is not a good enough excuse. It's just not.
Extraordinarily impressive display of American military power.
I had read on a number of occasions that there was a CIA team that was there since, it could have been since August, essentially tracking the Maduro's movements and accumulating all the intelligence. Can you reflect a little bit on what an operation like that would entail?
Well, let me just reflect on the fact that when you're doing this kind of operation, essentially a manhunt operation, and we've had many examples of this over the recent decades, the operation to bring Osama bin Laden to justice, the operations to take out the top leaders of Al-Qaeda in Yemen or Iraq or Islamic State leaders in Syria and so forth. So you establish pattern of life. You understand as much about the activities of the individual and those around him and so forth as you possibly can. And that involves more than just intelligence, human intelligence sources. It involves every technical capability that we can draw on as well, including open source intelligence. But all of this clearly was employed in this case. Reportedly, there was a mock used exactly a model of what it was that housed Maduro, and these forces had trained on this model, as they did, of course, prior to the operation to take down Osama
Yeah,
bin
Shulas,
Laden.
it's almost like they
This
have
is
to
all
come up with
part
an
of the
excuse for what
normal
they did after the
approach
fact.
to these operations. Indeed, they were ready to go earlier. They just needed the window of weather that finally materialized. But again, a very, very impressive, very complex operation, orchestrated magnificently.
When you look back, or when collectively we look back over the past few months, and the vessels, for example, all the incursions into the Caribbean, does it feel now like the intent was always to head in this direction, that was almost inevitable?
No, not at all. Keep in mind that Maduro was offered options. He could have had exile in Turkey, I think Iran, other countries were held out to them. By the way, that's pretty instructive to the others now, as we begin to work with the acting president, who all of a sudden is, instead of striking a defiant tone, seems to be quite pliant and ready to carry out the directions of our secretary.
Yes, let's be very clear here. What the U.S. did was illegal. Period. This is not, nor has it ever been, the right way to deal with dictators in other countries. It's not how the world works, unless you're Donald Trump, I guess. This guy obviously is in awe of what Trump did, but it was a Vashi interview, so I figured it would have better questions, and yeah, it was illegal, regardless of if it was a good idea or a bad idea, or, you know, if Maduro was a dictator or not a dictator, or the people wanted him in or wanted him out. It's still illegal the way that they went about this.
Secretary of State and the others who will guide the actions of Venezuela, ultimately leading to what the president referred to, and now Secretary of State Marco Rubio has as well, which is a transition to presumably an elected government.
Do you think we can be sure that is presumably what will happen, and what sort of things will you?
No, many uncertainty.
Okay, so let me follow up and then ask sort of what you will be watching for in order to try and get some more certainty over the coming days and weeks.
Well, what I think the regime members, and of course who've just basically taken out one, the very top, Maduro, and of course his wife, who is in league with him in many of these activities, and brought them to justice. And I'm pleased to see that take place, given his extraordinarily brutal track record over the years, and the damage and destruction he's brought to the Venezuelan people and to their economy. But what we'll be watching for is, are these individuals responsive to directions from the United States? And how is it they're going to...
Why should they be? Why should the people of Venezuela be receptive to direction from the United States?
extricate themselves and avoid putting themselves on
Yes,
the X,
Lucky,
as they say,
you're correct.
becoming
I've
the
heard as high
target,
as 100.
Of this impressive U.S. military capability that we saw exercised in bringing Maduro to justice. I suspect they're going to try to cut deals over time. It's possible some elements within it could even come forward and say, we'll be the ones. But there's going to be an awful lot of that kind of activity ongoing in Venezuela. But keep in mind that this is a regime that was defeated overwhelmingly at the polls in 2024, and by nearly 2-to-1 margin. By all, and there's considerable evidence of this. This is not just speculation. They have the tabulations at the different polling sites. But Maduro refused to honor the outcome of that election, claimed that he had won by a narrow majority, and refused to leave office. So we'll have to see now. They're going to have to.
Doesn't that sound awfully familiar to somebody else who claimed that the election was stolen and that they actually won? Sounds familiar.
To allow at some point in time either additional elections or a transition to the government that was elected in 2024.
It's interesting that you say that. So you think that will have to be the case, and I ask because it's interesting to watch the way in which the U.S. president is characterizing the motivation, right? So in the past, you might have heard there's some talk, obviously, about restoring true democracy, and in particular what happened in the last election, as you referenced. But there's a lot also about other motivations, including more U.S. access, to put it quite bluntly, to Venezuelan oil. So if the impetus is described, not solely about restoring democracy and not even close to solely, will that, do you think, have an impact on democracy actually taking hold?
Good question.
I think that is actually the objective at this point. Again, there's just a transcript of a conversation between Secretary of State Rubio and his Dutch counterpart that implies a transition, again, to that kind of government. Look, there's a lot of motivations here. There's by no means all about the oil. It's about someone defying an American president, refusing options that could have kept him from
right there.
An American president.
Right there. That's what this is about. It's about someone defying an American president. Like Lucky said, he pardoned the former Honduras leader for the exact same thing they're accusing Maduro of doing. Again, Maduro was a horrible, awful human being.
refusing options that could have kept him from this situation. Instead of spending exile comfortably in Turkey with his ill-gotten gains, he's likely going to spend the rest of his life in a federal penitentiary. That's a pretty powerful example for those who are left and those who now all of a sudden are striking a much more compliant tone. But there's a number of challenges here. They're just enormous. And we'll have to see again how
A
each
much
of
more
these
compliant
plays
tone
out
is also terrifying.
over time. But I suspect that the acting president now realizes that if she does not comply with what the U.S. Directs her to do, that she could very well end up on the X herself.
That's horrific. Members of other countries, or leaders, not members, leaders of other countries should not be worried that the U.S. is going to step in, kidnap them, and put them in federal prison. The U.S. isn't governing the world as much as Trump wants to think he is.
The president has responded to a number of questions over the past 2 days from reporters or brought it up himself as to the idea of additional military action in other areas, other countries, I should be more specific, Cuba, Colombia, Denmark, Mexico even. And he hasn't ruled, it's different answers to be specific, but he hasn't ruled anything out. Does the military in the United States have the capacity to do all of that at once? Should that actually be the president's objective?
Well, it certainly doesn't have the capacity to do everything all at the same time. Plus,
that sneaky grin that he had at the beginning of that sentence is icky.
Ensure deterrence in the Indo-Pacific and continue to support allies and friends in the Middle East and ideally continue to support Ukraine as well. There's always risk involved with concentrating large numbers of assets in one theater versus what they could be doing in other theaters. That has always been the trade-off.
Nobel Peace Prize thing is
I've been
gross.
asked, for example, how long can the United States maintain the forces that it has in the Southern Command area of responsibility right now? The answer is as long as we want to, but recognizing that there would be risk taken in other theaters as a response, as a result of that. But look, I think a lot of these are for future leverage down the road. Colombia, look, they have elections coming up within a few months. I very seriously doubt that there would be any activity taken there, even though there are certain frustrations about what's going on. And let's recognize that the drugs that were coming out of Venezuela were actually cultivated and produced in Colombia. They have the largest amount of hectares under cultivation for coca that they've ever had, vastly greater by orders of magnitude than when I was, for example, the director of the CIA, and we worked with the Colombian government to drive cultivation down under 30,000 hectares. It's well over 200,000 now. There are other reasons for concern, and in a variety of other locations as well. But I think in the vast majority of cases, the military leverage is helpful, but you don't ever have to actually employ it.
Okay, I have to leave it on that note. General Petraeus, appreciate your analysis this evening very much. Thank you.
Always good to.
Yeah. So that's a thing. Here is Carney's response as of yesterday.
Yesterday, Carney had a telephone call with Maria Corina Machado. That is the opposition politician who was also awarded the Nobel Peace Prize this year for her work. She lives outside, in hiding actually, and they had that telephone call from an undisclosed location. And in that call, they kind of endorsed some of the messages that Carney has already come up with in response to Maduro's arrest. That is denouncing him as a brutal, oppressive dictator and referring to possible involvement in the drug trade. But at the same time, not openly endorsing the way that he was arrested, with the American Special Forces going into Caracas to seize Maduro and his wife, and also not kind of getting on side with Trump's position on how he's planning to run the country in the short term. Carney and Machado both are releasing a statement saying that ultimately this transition to a new regime in Venezuela should be done democratically. That is, the people of Venezuela should be able to vote on who their new leader is. So it's kind of a tightrope he's got to walk, and Carney cannot. He's got to kind of be sort of on side with some of our allies, the Europeans, but cannot openly contradict Trump on this because of the sensitivity of the situation.
See, and that again, Carney made kind of a limp response to this whole thing. Because of the sensitivity of the situation, that should not be a thing.
And of course, the trade dispute we're in with Trump's White House right now. Is he doing this properly? Well, let's go to Ben Roswell, who is a longtime Canadian experienced diplomat. He'd been the ambassador to Afghanistan and more recently ambassador to Venezuela. This is a guy who's got a lot of experience. He was on breakfast television this morning. Listen to what he said about how Carney is handling this.
I think the statements that Prime Minister Carney has already made, reaching out to Maria Corina Machado, who is the sort of beloved leader that the Venezuelans want to see in charge, sends an important signal to Washington that we want to see a democratic transition quite quickly. I'll be looking for a quick return of her plus a man named Edmundo Gonzalez, who was elected by a massive landslide very recently, for them to return to Caracas and to take over the reins of power. Until that happens, there has been no transition. There's still a hardcore, socialist, corrupt, human rights abusing government very much in power. They've lost their president, but everything else about the state structure is totally intact.
Yeah, to say that he was, the head of this whole regime and then only to take him down doesn't, it's one man and his wife, right?
So that's a rosy picture that Ben Roswell points out as the idea that we would have this democratic transition and someone like Machado taking power in Venezuela.
The reason why I said this shouldn't be happening is because the fact that Carney is worried about repercussions from the states is not great. No, I don't blame him either. A lot of people are upset that he didn't take a more firm stance. But we elected Carney for his ability, regardless of if we think he's done it or not. This country elected Carney to deal with Trump. That was the main mandate that got him elected as prime minister in this last election, was that people looked at Pierre Poilievre and went, yeah, no, he's not going to be able to deal with Trump. And they looked at Carney and said, well, he might be able to do a better job. So I agree. He does have to walk a tightrope. He does have to be the politician. It just sucks that this is the position that we're in, is probably a better way to say it. I hate this timeline is also.
Really unclear at this point, though, whether the Americans want to get behind that plan. Everything we've heard from Donald Trump since the arrest suggests no, that he does not support her. And one of the reasons why he doesn't support her, according to reporting in the Washington Post today, Karen, is that she did not turn down the Nobel Peace Prize when she was awarded it last year and give it and insist that it be given to Donald Trump. Apparently, it's unbelievable to hear this, but according to the Washington Post reporting, citing multiple sources, that was Trump's response. And so that he does not.
Again, yeah, we're going to talk about the Monroe Doctrine in a minute. The fact that somebody can invade a country, the fact that one man can send a military force into another country, kidnap the leader and his wife, charge said leader, his wife, I believe the leader's son, and a bunch of other people, and then say that the person who should be taking over, who from the sounds of it was much more elected than Maduro was, and then refused to support her because she took his peace prize. Give me a mother freaking break. Why are we... I understand why Carney needs to do what he does, but sometimes it would be nice to see some sort of consequences for the amount of sheer madness that man has caused in the world. you know, we can talk about Epstein, we can talk about all these other things. And it's part of the reason why I don't talk a lot about US news, because I could literally sit here and talk for 8 hours about all the crap that Trump has pulled. But I want to keep the focus on Canada. Every time that Trump does something, I wish I was surprised, and I hate that I'm not. It's probably the best way to put it. That every next step that he takes just gets more and more illegal, for one, and unbelievable. I wish.
Not see a role for her in the future of Venezuela, even though she's having these meetings with other world leaders, including Mark Carney.
Yeah. So Faya brought this up. Yeah, I'm also very frustrated with the lack of consequences across. Yep. We're gonna quickly watch these 2 videos on the Monroe Doctrine. Just to sort of explain, because it's a phrase that's been thrown around a lot. I didn't know what it was. And I'm hoping that these are sort of an easy way to talk about it.
James Monroe is best known for one thing, the Monroe Doctrine. This was where the United States adopted the policy of opposing all new European colonization efforts in the Americas. This was issued in 1823 when the United States wasn't exactly a global power, let alone a nation strong enough to enforce its will in the face of the European powers. Which raises an obvious question. Why did the Europeans generally comply with it? Why didn't they just simply ignore the United States and interfere in the Americas as much as they wanted? So the first 2 decades of the 19th century had seen the start of the Spanish Empire's collapse in South America. Spain did not accept this, and its king, Ferdinand VII, wanted to restore Spanish authority there. At home, though, many Spanish citizens wanted him to be less tyrannical and adopt the former Napoleonic liberal constitution. Eventually, he did agree to enforce and uphold this constitution, but the issue was that he was lying. As such, civil war and Ferdinand running to the other great powers for help. They were worried about Napoleonic and revolutionary ideals returning, and so they all agreed that France would be allowed to intervene. It did, and Ferdinand was restored as an absolute monarch, and his eyes then turned to the Americas. The Americans were much happier dealing with the new nations in Central or South America because they were mostly all republics. And, in this new state of affairs, the US was mostly the top dog. The British approached Monroe and asked if he would be willing to cooperate in keeping Spain and France out of the New World. However, the Americans refused to cooperate because of 9 years prior. Instead, Monroe unilaterally declared that European powers could no longer try to crush rebelling colonies or try to expand in the Americas if it threatened American interests. The problem was that the US didn't really have a large enough navy or army to enforce this. So why did Europeans listen? Well, it was mostly because Britain agreed with this policy and so used its navy to enforce a similar one. It wanted the Spanish Empire gone so that it could trade with all these new South American nations which it previously couldn't. As you'll likely know, the doctrine was ignored at times. Britain seized the Falkland Islands in 1833, and when it, alongside France, blockaded Argentina in the 1840s to stop its intervention in the Uruguayan Civil War, the Americans did nothing. Furthermore, the doctrine did nothing about the slow and gradual expansion of Russia into Alaska, and America's lack of action damaged relations with its southern neighbours. But in
other words, this is not new.
Its reasoning was that none of this harmed US interests, and also what could it have done anyway? As the century progressed, US power grew, and with it, its navy. And when the US Civil War erupted, some saw an opportunity. Spain retook this territory, although it wouldn't last, and France notably invaded Mexico. Of course, the Americans weren't happy with this, but they were a bit busy. However, once the war was over, the Americans made it clear that if France didn't make plans to leave soon, the US would make war. And unlike in 1823, the US Navy and Army were more than capable of making life extremely difficult for European militaries. This trend continued, and in 1895, when Britain and Venezuela were arguing over who owned this land, the US declared that it would arbitrate. In a genius move, the Americans then gave the British everything they wanted, meaning that if they accepted the land, it would also mean their acceptance of the Monroe Doctrine's legitimacy. The scope of the doctrine soon grew to preventing any European intervention in the Americas in territory that they didn't already own. And by the early 20th century, the United States was far too great a power for the Europeans to do anything about it. And so, obey the Monroe Doctrine they did. I hope you enjoyed this episode with a special...
Kind of fast. But that's sort of the beginning of the Monroe. Yeah, exactly, Sholis. Exactly that.
Cornerstone of U.S. foreign.
I think this voice is AI, but this is sort of the
policy.
Official.
It is steeped in ideas of dismantling colonialism and shifting global power dynamics in the 19th century. Its origins are simultaneously simple and complex. Let's start by meeting James Monroe. Before he became the 5th president of the United States, he fought and was wounded in the American Revolution, served in state and federal government, and held several diplomatic posts. Through it all, he believed firmly in the American experiment. And a doctrine is a principle or idea that influences a government's actions. Doctrines can become part of a country's foreign policy. The Monroe Doctrine began as part of an elaborate speech Monroe gave in 1823. So how did he get there? In 1812, the United States fought and won the Second War against the British. This win showed powerful European nations that America could defend and maintain its independence. But American independence was also tied to addressing the political volatility in its neighborhood. South of the United States, colonies in Latin America were fighting and winning their own independence from the Spanish Empire. Between 1821 and 1822 alone, 10 former colonies forged new nations. The United States couldn't afford to take a wait-and-see attitude. Could these new Latin American countries keep Europeans from recolonizing them? Somebody had to say something. But would anything the U.S. president had to say really make a difference? It's tricky. Monroe recognized the need to support Latin American independence, but at this point, the United States was not a global superpower. Its economy and military were no match for the Europeans. Enter the greatest naval power in the world, Great Britain. Great Britain wanted to trade with the new Latin American nations and was also keeping an eye on the competition from mainland Europe. They knew firsthand that empires are expensive to maintain. The British were not interested in any recolonization schemes, but they worried about others and even offered to make a joint statement with the Americans, warning Europeans to stay away from the Western Hemisphere. Monroe and his advisors knew that Great Britain would provide the naval might to back up a statement. The offer to issue a joint statement was very tempting. But would a joint statement make the United States look weak? Some of Monroe's advisors did not think so. They argued that teaming up with the British was how the United States could be taken seriously by the other European powers. But Secretary of State John Quincy Adams disagreed. Like Monroe, he remembered America's hard-fought victories against the British. Adams told the president that riding on the coattails of the British was no way to establish dominance in its own neighborhood. Adams also saw this as an opportunity to reaffirm America's strong, independent foreign policy. Wise leaders consider all points of view before making a decision. Ultimately, Monroe agreed with his Secretary of State. In a speech to Congress on December 2, 1823, he made the United States' position clear. Monroe declared the Western Hemisphere closed to future colonization. He also reminded the Europeans that any interference in the Americas would be considered a hostile act against the United States. In effect, this bound the security and economic interests of the United States with that of the new Latin American nations. But what Monroe did not say in his speech was just as important. He did not lay out a plan of action should the Europeans ignore the warning, because when in reality, there wouldn't be much the United States could do. However, the presence of American diplomats throughout Latin America did help forge new alliances. Diplomats built relationships with Latin Americans and provided valuable intelligence back to Washington regarding European ambitions in the region. As it turns out, while both the United States and European nations did eventually interfere in the affairs of independent Latin American nations.
In other words, we're going to make all these rules, but we don't have to follow them.
It would be America that cast its imperial arm over the Western Hemisphere at the dawn of the 20th century. Though there was one significant difference from Monroe's time, there would be no question the United States could now back up its words with military and commercial might.
So in other words, the Americas have the USA has enough power to make its claims in South America, supposedly without action from Europe. It's been a while since we watched an energy media video. Again, this is one on Venezuela. This is sort of the last big topic that I have for today. And then we're going to cover some smaller ones quickly.
After the invasion of Venezuela by the United States military, and we're still assessing the fallout. There is lots of it, trust me. And one of the questions is, How have Canadians, how do they view that invasion, and in particular, some of the political parties? So I'm going to talk to David Coletto. He's the CEO of Abacus Data. He recently wrote a very, very insightful Substack essay on this topic. So welcome to the interview, David.
Great to see you, Markham. Happy New Year.
Well, Happy New Year to you too. What's your general take on this situation? But the Canadian political reaction to the invasion.
Well, look, I think most Canadians would, when there hasn't been polling done, so I'm hypothesizing here, and we'll confirm this in the next few days with some research, but I would say...
Oh my goodness, I have to tell you guys a quick story. The other day, Kiddo was asking me a question about, I think it was about snow. Something about if all the snow melts and then it freezes, does it go back? I don't know. Something about the snow and it freezing and turning into something else, da da da. And I looked at her and I was like, I'm not sure. Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure what would happen if that happened. And she looked me dead in the eyes and went, "What's your hypothesis?" He's 6. And I just Abby and I looked at each other and we're both like, man, we're so screwed. This kid is so smart. Yeah. Mom, what's your hypothesis? Good glory, child. Now, every time I hear that word, that's what I'm going to think of. Just being completely outsmarted by my 6-year-old.
Most would look at, Mr. Maduro and say he was a bad man. He had led a bad regime, and the people of Venezuela could be better off as a result of him no longer being in power. But on the second hand, they would likely look at the way...
I wish that I could remember what the exact question was, but... So, a troll, the funny thing is that her current favorite thing to watch is Crunch Labs. They do all these big science experiments. She loves books on science. She loves all of those things. It's her major obsession right now.
In which the U.S. administration achieved that outcome and feel deeply uncomfortable around the idea that, a country could just go in without any, international support, any heads up and take out a sitting leader and arrest him and bring him back to their country, especially as the president of the United States stands on stage and says, we did this more or less for the oil. As an oil producer.
Oh, no, Lucky. I am all for it. She is a lot to keep up with. She is our little chaos gremlin, and I adore her.
Producing nation just neighboring the United States, that probably makes many Canadians as well feel uncomfortable. And then I think the third factor is it's Donald Trump. And he's deeply unpopular in Canada, and pretty much everything he does is met with deep suspicion amongst almost every Canadian. And so I think overall people will be left feeling good outcome, maybe, we'll see, because Iraq is still largely in our memory, but also deeply disconcerting around protecting sovereignty and the willingness for the U.S. to do it pretty much whatever it thinks it's in its best interest.
It's interesting how Canadians perceive this as, there was no legitimization of the invasion prior to. And we've been doing some interviews about the international law angle on this particular story. And it's pretty clear that the United States has embarked on a different direction than it has since 1945. And Trump is reordering the world order, if you will. But now this really sharpens Canadians' perception of it, because he's threatened to do, or implied, that he might do the same to Canada. And there's a lot of folks in the Liberals and New Democrats around the center and to the left that are really worried about that.
Yeah, it was fundamentally what caused the anxiety, the what I call the precarity mindset to take hold, was when Donald Trump was first reelected in November of 2024. And he started talking about Canada becoming the 51st state. That is what really got people's backs up. And so now we have, even in the last few months, continued push on him wanting Greenland, and now clear evidence of him invading a country without any warning, without any kind of allies tied to that, and taking out a basically a political leader that he felt
basically he did
inconvenient to the interests of the United States. If we had a Canadian prime minister who he felt was inconvenient, I'm not sure he would invade and replace, the prime minister, but it would make people feel uncomfortable. And so I do think that the Canadian experience is particularly going to be particularly unique in response to this because of both our proximity and the way that he has challenged our own sovereignty since he was elected, more than a year ago now.
Well, that raises an interesting question, David, because there have been allegations and fears raised publicly by some of the, sort of non-conservative politicians that while Trump may not invade Canada, there's a very good chance that he will, or his administration will, or conservative forces in the U.S. will put their resources behind the Alberta separatist movement, which there's a lot of concern about that. What's your take on it?
Well, I don't know. Again, I don't know anything about whether that's happening. But if his goal is to, and you read his national security document.
Yeah,
and his,
plain power. That's correct.
The Monroe Doctrine with, I forget how he says it, with the Trump addendum, basically meaning we want hemispheric control over resources that are important to the U.S. and not allow anyone else to have any influence. Well, the best way to undermine the strength of Canada is to create and fuel, an independence or unity crisis. And so if that is his intent, then it is an obvious opportunity sitting there in which, you can funnel money, you can put resources into propping up what wouldn't otherwise, and all the polling suggests, there isn't a nascent independence movement in Alberta. There is a sizable group of people, but not enough to get to a place where most Albertans would vote to secede. Nonetheless, if you have an active external player pushing on the buttons that cause people to do it, as we saw with Brexit, then you could be surprised by an outcome. And so, yeah, I think I think it's a threat that's worth considering and talking about in the case of any foreign interference in our domestic politics.
Let's talk about how the Canadian Conservatives have responded to the invasion of Venezuela. And I have to say, David, I watch them on social media.
Yeah, this is wild.
We've seen Jason Kenney, former Premier of Alberta. We've seen Melissa Lantsman. We've seen a number of political operatives respond with what I would describe as glee. And really allying themselves with Trump on this particular issue, even adopting a lot.
100%, Anu. The U.S. influence in Canada is huge, huge. American companies, American movies, American TV, American products, right?
His language, and how do you think that's going to play in Canadian politics?
Well, I think, basically since the federal election, I've noted that any time people associate Mr. Poilievre or any conservative leader with Donald Trump, it doesn't help them, right? It is.
Just in case y'all wanted to see. It's going to play ads.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre says the events in Venezuela over the weekend show why Canada needs to quickly approve an oil pipeline from Alberta to British Columbia.
After arresting Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro in a military raid over the weekend, U.S. President Donald Trump says he plans to take over Venezuela's sanctioned oil industry and has encouraged American oil companies to revitalize it. Poilievre argues that Venezuelan oil exports could be in direct competition with Canada's. The Prime Minister was asked about this in Paris today.
A functioning, not corrupt Venezuelan economy will produce more oil. It'll be better for the Venezuelan people. It'll be more stable for the Western Hemisphere. That's all a good thing. Canadian oil, Canadian energy, but I'll speak because you asked specifically about Canadian oil. It's been our view, and we're working towards this, that Canadian oil will be competitive because it is low risk, clearly low risk, low cost, the marginal costs. There's been huge progress in getting down the costs, and low carbon, which is what the Pathways project, carbon capture, will bring.
Thanks, Lucky.
It's hard to keep track of.
Ah, it's loud. Lucky found it for me. Thank you, friend. Yeah. Congratulations to President Trump on successfully arresting narco-terrorist and socialist dictator Nicolas Maduro, who should live out his days in prison. The legitimate winner of the most recent Venezuelan elections, Edmundo Gonzalez, should take office along with the courageous hero and voice of the Venezuelan people, Maria Corina Machado. Down with socialism. Long live freedom. Ugh. Yeah. Oh, my screen is having a moment. Yeah, what a mess. Yeah, exactly. Freedom to pay to live in eternal servitude. Yep. I'm going to switch discussion for right now to a couple of things that I really want to make sure that I get to. You know, because there's other things in the world that are going to completely piss people off too, not just in the international community. Our oil needs to burn more hydrocarbons before it's even ready to be refined. Yep. Yeah, it's so dry in Alberta. We're going to discuss two conservative leaders in two conservative elected provinces.
Of Ontario to know that I will keep fighting.
There's a press conference, but essentially, Ford says public service must be in the office like regular workers. In other words, he wants all public service workers to return to the office 5 days a week, no matter what. Which is ridiculous.
I had an opportunity to think over the holiday season, and I'm thinking, where were we last year compared to this year? Last year, we had President Trump just got elected, getting sworn in, put a full attack on our country, on our province, and we had no federal government. So compared to now, we had uncertainty, and we were out there saying, "Oh, Canada's great.
Welcome to the stream.
And this is the reason you should make a trade deal." And we didn't know the rules. Well, we learned the rules with President Trump. There are no rules with President Trump. So as we move forward throughout the year,
thanks for the follow,
as we move forward for this year, we're going to focus on what we can do to continue to thrive and prosper, how we can work collaboratively with all the provincial governments and the federal government as well. So I feel, do you know what it is? I'm feeling very positive. And I was getting, when I say thousands of messages over the holiday season. And every time I return a message, I'm feeling positive. And don't get me wrong. Are we going to have a little turbulence? Are we going to hit certain walls? Yeah, we are. We are as a country, we are as a province, but we're going to just keep moving forward. And it kind of reminded me of the pandemic. You know, the pandemic, the first few months, it was tough. And then
everything was easy after that, because, you know, that's how pandemics work.
Ontario just came together, as we're doing right now, and putting political stripes aside, working with other parties, federal Liberals too, and we just start moving. And I can feel it. I can really feel it out there.
Oh, I know, Lucky. It's wild.
We're going to have a very positive...
At least with Danielle Smith, we know exactly what she wants. The two-faced stuff drives me crazy.
2026, but that's without saying that there's going to be bumps, but we're going to get through them. You know, we have an important mandate, and that mandate is to protect the people of Ontario from the uncertainty,
exactly,
as I said,
Kevin.
and the upheaval that President Trump caused. But we're going to focus on what we can do, and we're doing it. Collectively, by the way, when I say we, I'm talking all Ontarians, not the government, but everyone putting, the rubber to the road. We're delivering on
Yes,
that
you did, Lucky.
mandate that we got elected by building the most competitive, resilient, and self-reliant economy in the entire G7. And last year alone, despite ongoing economic uncertainty, Ontario welcomed nearly $28 billion of investments. I'm going to repeat that, $28 billion of investments, creating nearly 57,000 new jobs. And again, that's all the companies out there, everyone working together.
Yeah, that's fair,
My
Faya.
number
It's
one
definitely not
salesperson,
over.
Vic Fideli, he's all.
And even outside of that, like the influenza A and the strains of the flu that have been going around this year are also brutal. And that's before we talk about COVID, right? Like it's
all
an
over the
RSV.
world.
Yeah.
And when I talked to him over the holiday, I talked to him every day, but he said, Premier, we have just endless amounts of companies that are going to be investing anywhere
want
from
to get to
billions in
his-
skills training. And we've already trained more than 750,000 workers. Think of that. In every single sector you can think of, 750,000 people now have been trained. Over 100,000 of those people have found employment, which is great. And
I want to get specifically to his message on public workers,
to
but maybe we
help
can just
them
talk
take
over top of
home
him until he gets there.
a bigger paycheck at the end of the day. Now in 2026,
Yeah, I
will
also
bring its
caught the
own
flu
unique
twice.
challenges. Until they're concluded, CUSMA renegotiations will continue to bring uncertainty to Canada's economy. But I have full confidence in Team Canada. We're all working together. The federal
Are we,
government,
though?
provinces and territories, municipalities, workers, unions, and business leaders. We're
Are
all
we,
united.
though?
For our part, our government is ready with a plan to keep protecting Ontario, to continue delivering on our mandate to make our province the most competitive economy.
Oof. How much did that sound like to make our province great again? He was so close. He was right there.
G7.
Nice.
We're going to keep cutting red tape. We've cut about $1.2 billion of red tape, saving over a million working hours that they can reallocate people to somewhere else that's more productive in their company than filling out government paperwork. And we're lowering cost for families and businesses. We're leading the country by unlocking free trade and labor mobility within Canada. In fact, last week, new regulations took effect that will get certified professionals from other parts of the country on the job within 10 days of moving to Ontario. We're fighting to defend every job with financial supports to retool, reshore, and retrain, and to pivot to new products, new markets, and new customers. At the same time, we're creating new job opportunities for workers by investing in and supporting growth-ready sectors. I'll give you examples, like the critical minerals, nuclear, life sciences, and defense. Later this year, we will have shovels in the ground, building the roads to the Ring of Fire. 3 years ahead of schedule.
All the Ring of Fire.
Thanks to the arrangements we signed with First Nations. They were historic.
Yeah, not the
I
shovels.
just want to thank the Martin Falls, Webequay, and Arrowland for the
Doug Ford does
incredible
love his shovels.
opportunity to work together. And I also want to thank the federal government. These roads will unlock Ontario's new mining opportunities in a region with the largest critical mineral reserves in the entire world, and adding about $22 billion to Ontario's economy and creating over 72,000
Anyone else,
jobs.
when they see Doug
We have
Ford
a
and all they
mining
can see is
conference
him
called
in that
BDAC,
ridiculous
and it's
press conference where he poured out an entire bottle of alcohol? Sure, sure. If you can't share the link in chat, you're welcome to send me a message on Discord.
Our existing nuclear power plants, building the first small modular reactors in the G7,
Yeah,
and
for
building
airplane
the
power.
first large-scale nuclear facilities in decades.
I'm not going to lie, it was
Ontario's
tough sending
nuclear
kiddo back to school because I know that the bugs that are going around are still really aggressive. And I know we're not done yet for the year.
New York, and they,
Maybe
they're talking
Anu.
about
Maybe he
building
does love badminton.
1,000 megawatts. We're talking 16,000 megawatts. That's enough power to power 16 million homes. So it's just staggering what we're doing in nuclear energy. We're investing more than $200 billion in highways and transits, hospitals, and infrastructure, so we can keep workers on. We're also continuing to make record investments in healthcare, education, and other services for primary care over the past year. Across more than 150 on the defense, the Global Defense Bank, have close to 500 defense companies right here in Ontario. And then we went to New York, and New York Power Authority made an agreement.
I wish Plain Power. And here's the thing. I was an EA for 10 years. And after doing that, I was like, man, I got to have the best immune system in the whole world. No. No. Kiddo comes home with all kinds of new stuff. He's making the businesses who create large amounts of recyclable waste pay for the recycling program. Yeah, I did see that. He's done some good things.
With the
just
governor,
not enough to cover the bad.
So that was.
Oh yeah, this is.
I had no holidays. It was. I just got too cold. We doing one EA. They're doing one EA. Have close to 500 defense companies right here in Ontario, and they're all going to be visiting and coming from all over the world.
Yeah,
That
Mom's
is
pretty amazing.
Absolutely massive. And then I went up to Ottawa, had a meeting with the Prime Minister, and we really focused on expediting permits as quickly as possible, not duplication. We doing one EA, they're doing one EA. So that stopped. Now that's why we're able to get the road to the Ring of Fire with
we went back. Lucky. Hold on.
Collaboration with the First Nations 3 years earlier. And then we went to New York, and New York Power Authority made an agreement with the governor, and that was a ripple effect. So that was really the last announcement for those 4 items alone. But make no mistake about it, throughout the holidays, I had no holidays.
There it is.
The calls were coming in and fast and furious. So anyways, we're going to get moving. I can't wait. And I just want to thank the people of Ontario. May God bless the people of Ontario. So I've been missing all the media. My heart's been pitter-pattering. And let's get at it.
We'll now take questions from the media. As a friendly reminder, the format is 1 question, 1 follow-up. Please state your name and your outlet before your question.
Premier, is there enough office space for the Ontario public sector workers you're mandating back on the job?
Someone just asked, is there enough office space for the mandated back to work public sector workers?
Yeah, we're working on that, Richard, and I appreciate the comments there, but it's great to get everyone back to work like every other normal citizen. Yeah.
Okay. In other words, I mean, it's been said in the chat already several times, but yes, let's pay more electricity in a building for people to sit in rather than them staying at home.
You go out there and you show up 5 days a week. And there's arrangements. If they can't make it in, they're going to have to work within the bureaucracy, the OPS. They all have their managers. And we just look forward to getting everyone back. And by the way, it's not even back to work because they always work. They're good people, the OPS.
Yes, Plain Power.
They're just going to work within office and within the office. But anyways, I just want to thank
he
all
did,
the
Anu.
OPS. And by the way, folks, there was a whole bunch of Ontario Public Service that were working 5 days a week nonstop because they couldn't leave the office. But that's up to their management to work that out. But I'm very, very happy. I want to thank
yes, they have
Ottawa too. The mayor out there, he's doing a great job. Mayor Sutcliffe, everyone's coming back to the office, not back to work because they always work.
Oh, there, you sort of covered it. Yeah, 100% Lucky. The question was, is there enough office space, which he actually didn't answer. Hey, Lurker.
Yeah, sure.
Part ways with Steve Clark and Khalid Rashid until after the Integrity Commissioner's report on the Greenbelt back in 2023. You waited to see what the Integrity Commissioner reported back. You looked at that report, and in the weeks ahead, you made some action. We now have the Integrity Commissioner looking at Skills Development Fund, specifically you waiting to see what that report says before your next steps on dealing with your labor minister?
Well, thanks, Robert. Let's see what the Integrity Commissioner says. I'll stand by that program all day long. There were 750,000 people trained, 100,000 people finding new jobs. We're going to continue doing this. Is there tweaks to every program? 100%. Do we follow the direction of the Auditor General or the Integrity?
Pending what that report says.
No, I focus on the jobs of the future,
All right, hang
no
tight,
matter,
Al.
jobs of the future.
Premier, an Ontario court has ruled that you do, in fact, have to hand over your personal cell phone records as it pertains to government business to the Information and Privacy Commissioner. Are you going to do that, or is your...
Someone just asked if he's going to hand over his personal cell phone for records.
Yeah, we're gonna appeal, folks. I get thousands, and I'm talking to the people that call me, and there's thousands, not hundreds, thousands. Do you want your personal records about your health care and your family and everything else going public? There has to be confidentiality, and it's no different than when you leave office as a city councillor. If you leave office as an MPP, as an MP, do you know what you do? You destroy all records. That's what we have to do. So anyways, I can assure you we're going to keep your calls to me highly confidential. I've never ever mentioned a call in 7.5 years. I've never mentioned anyone's name because I get very personal calls about family situations. Very
That's why
deep,
he's
too.
not handing his home
and they
phone
trust
over.
me. And so I'm not gonna break their trust. I'm gonna make sure they're confidential. We're gonna have an appeal. No, I didn't say destroyed. When you leave office, right? If you're a city councillor and say you retire, or MPP, you retire or you lose, or an MP, by law, you have to destroy all records in your office. So say someone else, you retire and the same party gets elected and goes into your office, you can't hand over those confidential records to your colleague that just got elected. You have to destroy them. So I don't see the difference. Calls are confidential.
This is the Information and Privacy Commissioner. When you are the Premier of Ontario, you do use your personal cell phone for calls that relate to government business. Nobody's asking you to reveal confidential...
Yeah, exactly. The guy is now asking if he's using the cell phone for government business.
calls that you're having with constituents, but certainly ones that you might be having that have influence on government business. Shouldn't those records be released to the public so we know who's influencing you?
No one influences Doug Ford, I can assure you that.
Oh, that's not true.
What is right for the people, that's my decision. That's what I'm going to focus on. And I would say that 90 some odd percent, I don't know exactly, are all personal. People have issues. I'll give you an example. I get a phone call this morning, a message from a great educator, a great teacher I've never met before, saying...
I never mention the calls. I never talk about the calls, he says, and then immediately talks about the calls.
The heating's out in their school. Like, you're calling the Premier of the day to say your classroom's cold. But these are the things that I deal with, and I thank them, because that's a serious concern to that teacher. And I want to thank that teacher for calling me. But I get endless calls. Guys, when I say endless, they don't stop all night. I don't know. People are up all night calling me. And usually when they call me at 2, 3 in the morning, they either had one too many pops or something's going on. And so I call back this one person at about 7 o'clock in the morning. I see that they called at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I said, were you drinking, or were you, smoking the wacky tobacco? Like, you don't call your mother at 3 o'clock in the morning. And next thing you know, a person's online saying, he told me I was on drugs and I was drinking. No. You didn't say that I called at 3 o'clock in the morning. But folks, like, you can wait till 7 to give me a call. But I get it around the clock, 24/7, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, all the time. And
This is such a weird tangent.
And as all you tell me and my staff, look in the mirror and blame the person in the mirror for giving out your cell phone for the entire world. So it's my fault. Oh, 100%. I can't wait. Yeah, 100%. But I'm not going to waste another bottle of Crown Royal dumping it. Maybe I'll take the stop route. But what we're looking, and there's quite a few
Yeah,
interested
exactly.
parties, I
Lucky.
understand, that are going to go in there and hire back all the Diageo workers. And I know a lot of them already found jobs. And I know a lot of them went down to Stellantis to work in their plant because they're hiring. They're starting up that third shift, which is good. Oh, 100% I am.
Narrow punk.
100%. No, I'm just going to focus on Crown Royal for now. But isn't that great with the moves that we've made in the last year? We've seen wine sales jump 76%. So that's great for the grape growers, the small wineries, the large wineries, and any other alcoholic beverage that we have. We've seen it spike since we've taken the wines off the shelves. So we have great Niagara wineries. We have great Ontario wineries, not just Niagara, but across Ontario. We grow great grapes and
That's
we make
good.
great wine. So try a bottle of Ontario wine. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Here's the lack of office space thing again.
Yep. Well,
She's asking how much taxpayer money are you willing to spend to to get more office space for these people to go back to work?
well, the Ontario Public Service, the Secretary of Cabinet and her deputies are all working on that. But I think we have room for the majority of the people, and they'll get through this. There's a little bump. They've been working on it for the last little
A
while.
little bump.
But all we're asking is people come back into the office like every other person that's working out there. Vast majority, because I tour more plants than anyone in the
Not
country,
true.
and they're all out there. They're back in the factories. Just imagine if you're a healthcare worker, you didn't get Christmas off with your family, or a police officer, a firefighter, a paramedic. Like a lot of these people are working.
Okay, but hold on. Government workers have their place. They're important. We need them. Absolutely. Paramedics and nurses and doctors sign up for that job knowing that the hours are shift work and that, you know, you have to work holidays and stuff like that. That's like comparing apples and crackers.
Extremely hard. And all we're saying is just come back to the office like everyone else. I don't, but I'll get in my office to get back to you on that. Yeah. Sure.
She's asking about traffic.
Yeah, it won't be any worse than 2 years ago, and that's the reason we're building the largest transit system in North America, and we're spending about $80 billion.
It won't be worse than 2 years ago, but they trained how many people to get new jobs? So there's how many more people on the roads?
And then we're building roads and highways because, no, we opened up Finch, a little slow right now, but it's over the city. We're going to open up Eglinton LRT. We've added hundreds of additional trips on the GO train over a number of years. We're building GO train stations as well. We're going full steam for the future. And that's the reason we're going to build that tunnel. Because people that
yes,
are on
the Doug Ford tunnels.
The numbers say that over the next 10 years, all 400 series highways will be at capacity. The 401 is at capacity. And that's why we're investing over $200 billion on infrastructure to plan, not just for next year, but for 20, 30,
Hi,
50 years.
Vapor. Good morning.
ahead.
This will be the last question.
I don't know how many of you are turning your volume up, but you just said that you're receiving calls over Christmas, numerous calls. Would you not say that would be working at home?
Well, you know something, this job is 24/7, 365, and it's not just me, any premier. I'm a little unusual because I give my cell number out. No one in the world, let me repeat that, no one in the world, my position gives out their cell number.
Because It means that you can claim that you can't give out your cell phone to public inquiry because you've got these private phone calls on there. Not a positive thing. If you want people to be able to call you, don't give them your work phone number.
And I do, because I want to get the heartbeat and the pulse of the people who have thousands, tens of thousands of ears and eyes all over the province. And I always say when people call me and there's an issue, you know, there's always a little bit of truth to it or there's a lot of truth. And when there's a lot of truth and I dig into it, you know, I'm like an 800-pound gorilla on a bunch of bananas. I'm just on these guys nonstop, and then I dig deep into it and find out and correct the problem and follow back up. Or if people are waiting, I got another call. Someone was in the hospital with heart problems, waiting in the waiting room at a certain hospital, and they were there for a couple hours.
Yeah, exactly.
These are the calls you can't even imagine come through. I feel like the 911 operator. And by the way, I got to give a shout out to the superintendent on 911 here in Toronto. He's a champion. He's brought down the wait times considerably. He's building a whole team. So he's doing an incredible job. And the 911
Pivot!
Operators, you're all champions because you're doing a great job.
But you're not a 911 operator. What?
Last question.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, sorry, I keep walking my mic, y'all.
The mayor.
Hold on, let me go back.
911 operators. Yeah, I know. All champions because you're doing a great job.
Last question.
Yeah, I know. I did. I had the mayor of Aurora over, and he's a champion at Stouffville. Basically, the size of the bins. They wanted a medium bin instead of a large bin.
I would love to try to call and see how many times the line is busy. Like, is he actually getting calls all day long?
But the company that's doing it, make no mistake, if it doesn't work,
it is
we'll
Fox.
Like anything else, you're trying to recycle as much as we possibly can. We're really going after areas that we can utilize more recycling. Because I went to recycling.
That's awesome, Shulis.
Before, and they said we don't have enough plastic bottles. We don't have enough recycling goods. So that's what we're going to try. And if it doesn't work out, we'll change it. That's with any program we do. We tweak it. And a lot of governments, they dig their heels in. No, they aren't. I don't. Right? If it's not working, plain and simple, let's make the changes. Continuous improvement. But we're going to do well, folks. I'm feeling positive. I'm feeling really positive.
Isn't that so nice that Doug Ford's feeling positive? That's so great. Aren't you so happy that he's feeling positive in the world full of shit right now?
And we're going to go full steam. You have the power. We're an economic powerhouse. You have the power of Ontario, of 16.3 million people. The machinery moving forward, leading the world in nuclear, leading the world in critical minerals. And we have a pro-business government that creates more jobs, more opportunities, more investments.
Is he just going to talk about
himself? I just want to thank
5
everyone that's involved. I appreciate.
Anyway. Yeah, Ford acknowledges bump in the road as a civil servant's return to office. The government has for months refused to disclose how many spaces it needs for civil servants, how much it could cost, and where they might be. But he said they would make the total cost public. The end of remote work for civil servants was announced this summer when the government ordered all Ontario public service employees back to the office beginning on January 5th, so beginning yesterday. And this was something that he announced in August of last year. And the comments getting everyone back to work like every other normal citizen is such a slap in the face. Are they not normal citizens then? Like, geez Louise. Okay, I'm going to cover, I think there is quite a bit of information on the Calgary floods, but I do want to talk about this quick. Yeah, exactly, Faya. Oops.
CTV's Alex Karpa spoke with one
Then I have a couple of articles of WTF news. Because, that's also happening in the world today. I don't know how many of you have seen the videos out of they're gonna say it so much better than I. The Cree Nation after homes and water treatment plant damage and power outage. 4,000 people were evacuated from northern Manitoba's First Nation residents. The population of 7,000 went out last night. Sorry. The power went out as the pipes froze in the extreme cold as temperatures dropped well below the -20 mark. About 200 homes have been damaged by leaking pipes, and these homes are no longer safe to live in. Here's some of the videos from that.
Evacuee, but the stress and uncertainty of not knowing when. CTV's Alex Carpa spoke with one evacuee, but the stress and uncertainty of not knowing when he'll be able to return.
This is reality for many living in Pimicikamak Cree Nation in northern
There's the name.
Manitoba. Water can be seen flooding homes throughout the community. A downed power line left residents without power and heat in extremely cold conditions for 4 days, leaving the community's entire water system frozen, with some pipes even bursting as a result. Now over 4,000 people have been forced to evacuate, leaving many questioning when they can return home.
The main concern right now for me is the water, because you need water to survive.
MrsMae has been in Winnipeg for a week. He says he doesn't know what state his house is in.
So I don't know what's going on in my house, really, because all of people I live with are here too.
Pimicikamak Cree Nation Chief David Monius is calling for immediate help to assist with various emergency services.
We were asking for carpenters, electricians, plumbers to try and come help us identify and assess what's required there.
Some believe this situation was entirely preventable.
This would never happen in a community down south, and our people up north have always been neglected, abandoned in times of crisis, and this is unfair that our people have to go through this.
As for McKay, he now has one wish for the new year.
Well, I hope that we get to go home soon.
Federal Minister Rebecca Chartrand, Manitoba Premier Wab Kinew, and other provincial ministers
Yikes, that's a poor spelling.
To visit the community later this week to assess the damage left in the wake of the power outage.
Some more.
We're all here now. We were cold all night. We kept warm by staying in the room. We had a 3-wick candle. That was our only source of heat. Our generator didn't start.
A power line failure has left Pimicikamak Cree Nation without power since late Sunday. And Chief David Munias says what started as an outage has now turned into a catastrophe. He warns that due to the extreme cold, residents are improvising heat, creating new risks, including fires and damage to essential services. Glenn McKay is one of roughly 400 people who evacuated to Winnipeg. He's moved between shelters in the community to stay warm and says his friend's house burned down after a heater sparked a fire, something Chief Munias confirmed.
I'm feeling all right. Very feeling safe and warm here, and it was pretty cold over there.
Yeah.
All the water line busted. My cousin just lost his house too.
7 to 8 hours, we didn't have heat, nothing, eh? We slept all night like that, and the second day, that's when I could get my generator the next day. And we kept trying, it kept shutting off.
We left with nothing pretty much, like just a couple sets of clothes each. So that's all we had was like 2 sets of clothes and a bag of Pampers.
Yeah, agreed, Lurker. If the power goes out, people shouldn't be also worried about all of their pipes bursting. Yikes.
And one box of formula.
On Wednesday, Chief Munias said Cross Lake remains without power and that essential services are now failing or at risk. He claims the water reservoir is empty, the treatment plant is non-operational, and water tanks, pumps, and sewage systems are frozen.
Water plant and the water reservoir is basically empty. There's no pressure on the pipes. The water treatment's gone, and it's basically that anything that goes on fire now is going to be just burning.
I'm asking the governments to contact us immediately, to get the army out there, get the Hercules planes out there, get the teams out there. Our infrastructure is falling.
In other words, if some of the houses go on fire, they don't have the water to put it out.
Chief and council are calling on the province to declare a provincial state of emergency, provide aircraft and additional emergency supports, and are also calling on Indigenous Services Canada and Manitoba Hydro for more help, including long-term fixes to prevent this from happening again.
They know it's disintegrating, they know it's breaking down and so forth. But they continue to maintain it and trying to keep it when the easy answer is actually bring it down the highway.
Chief Muniz says while getting power back is the first step, they now need 1,300 water pumps and new pipes to fix the damage. Manitoba Hydro said crews made progress Wednesday despite unsafe conditions and said weather permitting, the repairs are still expected by 6 p.m. on Thursday. They say they also supplied the community with a large generator to power the water treatment plant and 8 heavy-duty heaters. City News reached out to ISK and the province. We did not hear back. In Winnipeg, Mitchell Ringos, City News.
This is the last one. Again, I just wanted to show some of the videos of this.
Bursting pipes inside a home in Pimachikamak Cree Nation, an example of the damage left after days without power in extreme cold. Manitoba Hydro says power has been fully restored as of around 1:30 p.m. Friday, but the community of about 8,000 is still dealing with frozen and broken water systems.
The prolonged power outage really did a lot of damage to the water pipes, the main lines, the water tanks, the service lines, and even our major infrastructure is suffering.
Local leaders say nearly 2,000 people were displaced. Many can't return home until heat and running water are safely restored. Several homes are relying on trucked water.
There's one trailer already with a cracked flooring, which shows that their pipes exploded. And there's a crack right along the floor, and this is a young man who relies on dialysis. That his home is damaged.
The outage started Sunday after a transmission line snapped, cutting electricity to the northern Manitoba First Nation. The Provincial Power Authority says the repair was unusually difficult, involving a stretch of line between 2 islands, and that power had to be restored in stages.
It's all preventable. It could have been done. They could have rerouted that line a long time ago down the highway. It would have been accessible, and we could have been fixed within a matter of hours, and we wouldn't have this damage happening.
Absolutely understand the community's concerns, and we're certainly willing to have that discussion. But putting a power line next to a road or a highway is no guarantee against future power outages or even lengthy power outages. This is not a project that we're going to embark on, certainly not in the short term.
The province says plumbers, electricians, and other supports are being coordinated as repairs and assessments continue, with no word on when it'll be safe enough for residents to return. Nitu Garcha, Global News, Vancouver.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot in the way of updates on that.
Can American banks...
Thank you. This is also the Cree Nation that was evacuated for wildfires over the summer. So yeah. Yeah, Guernsey, exactly. Yeah, they definitely should have had some sort of backup. This is the
May, because of wildfire near the First Nation. David Monias is the chief of Pimachikamak Cree Nation.
Just really elated in terms of, I'm very happy to see that.
To Pimach, all of these people share the joy of going home.
Tears of joy. Yesterday, me and my kids we had tears of joy, excited to go home. We found out that we were going to go home, and we were just excited.
Thousands were forced out of the northern Manitoba community in late May because of wildfire near the First Nation. David
so they were out in May of last year and not back until August. So this is a community that's already been hit hard and definitely does not deserve to be going through this again. I have a couple of just really bizarre stories to cover at the end of this, but yeah, something I wanted to make sure that we covered because I didn't see a ton. And as more stuff sort of starts coming out about it, and if and when they can return home, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on it. For sure. All right. This is the first one. Lawsuit alleges that 3 Denny's workers in Kamloops misappropriated $500,000 in tips. I didn't learn anything about reserves or First Nations in school either. Yep. Yeah, a lot of the conditions on the reserves are not talked about publicly. And they should be. We should be taught about the way that they live and the conditions that they're forced to live in. A civil suit filed in the Supreme Court of BC accuses 3 Denny's workers of misappropriating $500,000 in tips between 2023 and 2025. According to the claim, the hospitality group behind Denny's, a recent audit discovered $11,000 had been illicitly moved from the restaurant's electronic tip system. Yeah, Anu, I know. It would require that we actually have morals in this country. A third employee is accused of inspiring those 2 by stealing more than $494,000. A 5-page notice of claim does not offer many details about the scheme or how it was allegedly abused. Northland claims the first 2 employees it discovered transferring tips did it by working together. One man would use access codes and send the money to the second man. During a meeting with one of the defendants, the Northland claim says he divulged the scheme was replicating that of another former employee. Another former employee who had no connection to the lawsuit told CBC News that cash tips from diners went directly to servers, while credit card or debit ones went into an online system and the servers would receive a kind of... Oh, my headphones are dying. A kind of credit card with the tips owed to them on the card. The suit does not specify if the amounts listed were as misappropriated were meant to be shared with other servers. But yeah. The defendants were unjustly enriched, is the conclusion of that story. Yeah. Denny's. I know, all to imagine. 10 people found guilty of cyberbullying French First Lady Brigitte Macron. Yay, capitalism. Yeah. A Paris court has found 10 people guilty of cyberbullying France's First Lady by spreading false online claims about her gender and sexuality, including allegations that she was born a male. One defendant was sentenced to 6 months in prison, while 8 were handed suspended sentences. Between 4 and 8 months. All 10 were ordered to attend cyberbullying awareness training. Interesting. The defendants, 8 men and 2 women, ranging from 41 to 65. 41 to 65. These aren't like kids being dumb. These are grown-ass adults making these accusations. Yeah, grown-ass men and women. Yep. Her lawyer said Monday that what is important is that there are immediate cyberbullying awareness trainings and for some of the defendants, a ban on using their social media comments. Her daughter testified about what she described as the deterioration of her mother's life since the online harassment intensified. She cannot ignore the horrible things said about her. She said the impact has extended to the entire family, including Macron's grandchildren. One of the defendants, a property asset manager, received a 6-month prison sentence. Under French law, yeah, it was both. The sentence may be served at home, possibly wearing an ankle monitor. It was 8 men and 2 women. Defendant Delphine Jaguar, who is known as Amandine Roy, and describes herself as a medium and an author, is considered to have played a major role in spreading the rumor after she released a 4-hour YouTube channel video. She was given a 6-month prison sentence. The X account of one, known as Zoe Sagan on social media, was suspended in 2004 after his name was cited in several judicial investigations, and he was given a 8-month prison sentence. The one defendant not given a prison sentence was a teacher who apologized during the trial. Several will see their online access suspended for 6 months on the social media where they made their posts. And all 10 were also sentenced to jointly pay €10,000 in compensation to Bridget Macron for moral damage. Like, what? During the trial, several defendants told the court their comments were intended as humor or satire. The case follows years of conspiracy theories falsely alleging that Bridget Macron was born under the name Jean-Michel Chonui, which is actually her brother's name. Give me a break, people. The Macrons have also filed a defamation suit in the United States against, there is the Candace Owens, against conservative influencer Candace Owens. They are currently going after Candace Owens' plain power. The Macrons have been married since 2007. First met at a high school where he was a student and she was a teacher. The 72-year-old Bridget Macron is 24 years her husband's senior, and she was then called Bridget Azra, a married mother of 3. What? She was 24 years older than him, and she was his teacher in the high school. Anyway, finally some justice for online bullies. He's one of the people that charged. Positive story. Why some U.S. healthcare workers are moving to Nova Scotia. When Donald Trump started talking about running for re-election, Heather Odell began looking for an exit. I had a feeling he would win. I really couldn't understand how it was going to happen, but it really seemed like it was. I know the federal government could step in and start doing things like changing my passport, gender, driver's license gender, and all the things that led me to feel safer as a trans-identifying person. They could take those things away very quickly. In late December, she moved to Halifax, and she began working as a cardiovascular intensive care nurse on January 1st. Odell is just one of dozens of healthcare workers from the U.S. who've moved to Nova Scotia in the last year, as more people move across the border. 2 of those people are Steve and Matt Ortiz, who have decades of nursing experience between them. They're originally from Orlando, but when Trump was elected after years of increasingly anti-2S LGBTQIA+ rhetoric, started looking to Canada. We just want to live our life and not be harassed. That's some people question their decisions, saying that the situation wasn't that bad, or they soon move back. Yeah, nothing's all that bad until it's suddenly affecting your own rights, right? That's their opinion. This is our lives. I'm 55. I want to spend the rest of my existence someplace where I don't feel like I should have to look behind my shoulder every time. After unsuccessfully trying to get nursing jobs in Alberta, shocker, they looked to Nova Scotia. With the help of a recruiter, the Ortizes found positions at Aberdeen Hospital in New Glasgow. Also, I just glanced over this. I definitely thought this said they arrived in Nova Scotia along with their 45-kilometer bulldog. Like, damn, that's a big dog. At the end of the summer, and says their stress levels have dropped by 80%. You don't plan on going anywhere. A volunteer-led initiative is trying to support even more American healthcare workers to make the move to Canada. The initiative was started by Todd Maffin, a digital marketer, business journalist, and former CBC radio host. He posted a TikTok video encouraging Americans who wanted to support the Canadian comedy to come spend money in Canada. The group of Americans who showed up included dozens of healthcare workers who were using the weekend as an opportunity to scope out Canada as a place to escape to. Amazing. So kudos to Nova Scotia. And I'm glad that there are people and families that are finding a safer place to practice medicine. Another super, super positive story. Local family builds a rainbow ice cabin to raise money for children's programming charity. And I need to show you all the video because it's so beautiful. 4 years ago, Tyler Gamblin set out to raise $10,000. Oh, here we go.
In an igloo for charity, Tyler Gamblin and his family creating the igloo cabin this year, as requested by his son. 4 years ago, he created an igloo and slept in it for 5 days for charity. Gamblin says this cabin took the family of 5 about 50 hours to build. That includes filling Tupperware containers with water and food coloring 650 times.
We probably used 70, but we were down to about 35 at the end because they crack and expand and it's a bit of a mess. About -15 and below is good weather for doing this. Anything less and the ice just takes a little bit longer to set.
Gamblin hopes to raise $10,000 for Free Play for Kids, a local sports charity for children of all ages. He says he will sleep in the igloo cabin once his GoFundMe reaches the goal.
It's so cute. I love that. Here's all the Tupperware containers of ice. And they started building their little igloo. Isn't that beautiful? Love it. Yeah, 50 hours to make, and they have to contend with all the different weather. Be awesome. That is something else. Yeah. That is sort of everything that I had on the bracket for today. I know there's lots more things to cover out there in the world. It's been a crazy week, and I wanted to make sure that I left myself some space for recovery today after the holidays. But yeah, I'm happy to be back. There are going to be some more changes coming to the stream in the next little while. I am seriously considering, I would say 100% sure, that I'm going to be changing my username from the tyrannical Mrs. May to something a little bit less dictatory. So keep an eye out for that. I still haven't fully decided what the name change is going to be. Obviously, the easiest one would just be to stick with Mrs. May. Or something like Mrs. Maypole or something, but I haven't decided any of that yet. You absolutely can, Neuropunk. You absolutely can. When I'm trying to promote my stream and I'm like, yeah, I'm a left-leaning stream and my name is the tyrannical Mrs. May, is less. Yeah, it's a little bit odd. Not as tyrannical Mrs. May. Yeah, I mean, it made sense when I was a lead mod, man, because I could be the tyrant as much as I wanted to. But yeah, less palatable, much as I wanted to be. But, yeah. Yeah, sorry, Morgan. It was 100% perfect. And the best part of it was that it was a name given to me by a chatter who was very upset that I didn't let them put a racist slur. Dan! Hello, you joined right at the end of stream. Yeah, you all already know me as May anyway. But yeah, my animal and pal is now the luminous Mrs. May. Very nice. Tyrannosaurus Mrs. May. Lovely. Yeah. Like I said, I haven't decided on a name change yet, but hell yeah, you've always had an artist badge in here, Morgan, ever since I started. It's a shame that something like House Hippo Wrangler is too long. Yeah, that would be funny. But But yeah, there's a couple of things that I'm playing around with. A couple of people had some really good suggestions in the Discord. Yeah. Democratically elected MrsMae probably doesn't work either. Yeah, not so much. It's a little long. Although I was technically somewhat democratically elected. Dan, I'm going to send you a DM because I need to pick your brain on something. But yeah. That is all I have for today. Probably the next stream will be Thursday. And I'm going to keep an eye on that NDP debate as to whether or not it's an in-person or will be streamed. Uncaptured MrsMae. And I will let y'all know in the Discord or on here. But thank you for joining me today. Thank you for all the subs and follows. It's been 5 months, which is ridiculous. And yeah, I appreciate y'all. Here's to 2026 and all the great things we're going to do with this year. I hope you have a great rest of your Tuesday, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye.